Okay, so as usual, tell me, give me your honest feedback. Are you finding it? I mean, yesterday's assignment, you remember stack-based assignment. So has anyone attempted it? I know from my batch. Okay, so many, not yet. Pallav is saying not yet. Okay, so those who are saying done, very good. But today, now, so we are on the seventh day. So like most of the basic half of core Java will be done today. So you will be getting a lot of time to catch up with whatever are the pending assignments. So there won't be a new assignment pressure. I mean, a small assignment I'm going to give, but that's fine. So complete it with the individual lab faculty's help. And wherever you have doubts, wherever you have questions, you can always ask. So is there anything I'm asking you right away? And I don't want to spend too much time, but a little bit of time can be done. So are you comfortable in the first parts? I'll tell you. You had to create an employee class, which is, I think, more than easy. Then the stack interface and the fixed stack. So tell me, have you managed it so far? Though I'm not talking to those who have done it completely, but I'm talking to those who have not yet done, not getting how to proceed. Okay, I had a discussion with my lab. Ankush, were you in my lab yesterday? Because I had a detailed discussion of how to proceed and how to design. Okay, so what we will do is I'm just thinking about it. Okay, guys, please remind me. I don't want to spend morning time, but we finish around 1:15. So around 1:15, can you please give me a reminder that I will discuss the design about how to proceed with everyone, so that when everyone is around, I can give the instructions in a common manner, and then you can proceed to your own labs and continue it. So just remind me around 1 o'clock, 1:15, and because then it will be fresh also, and I don't have to waste time. So in batch one, sir has solved it. Okay, so let's like I said, I don't want to know individually. Those who need help can have, or after 1:15 also. I mean, we'll see it towards the end of today, and we can do that. Now, so what is it we are going to do today? I'll just ask you certain questions regarding, just as a revision, regarding interfaces. And then we are going to enter, or rather continue. Enter is not the word. We have already entered exception handling. So we'll continue with exception handling. Then I want to show you peculiarities about strings in Java and little bit of basic string API. Then these are all small topics individually. Date time handling and something called as wrappers or wrapper classes. So all these are the prerequisites to the first major topic in Core Java, which is collection framework. So I hope to complete today, tomorrow, all the prerequisites. So day after, we can start with the collection framework, which is nothing but data structures in Java. Okay, so let's not waste time. Let's get started. Start participating. Anytime you have to think of an interface. What is an interface? Standard bookish question, bookish answer. It is a blueprint. You can think of it as a blueprint of an object of a class. It is a blueprint of a class. So what implementations should be done in the class? The basis of this is in the specifications, and the specifications you put it in the interface. So there are three good reasons of why interfaces, I/F is interface. So here it gives you pure abstraction, complete abstraction. Means what? Abstract classes still can contain the concrete functionality. So there is not a clear-cut separation, clean separation between what is to be done, which is the specification, rules, contract, versus how it is to be done. But when you write interfaces, you get to achieve that. In Java, you cannot extend from multiple superclasses. Everyone knows that. But you can implement the behavior, the abstraction, which is declared in multiple interfaces. One class can implement multiple interfaces. So that is how you can achieve the multiple inheritance. And when you say you are implementing, all you are doing is you are inheriting the abstraction, abstract behavior, and then you get a chance to implement your own ideas. And as I've been stressing, this is the main reason, loose coupling between specifications, and implementation. Some of you are talking to me regarding project. So whenever you are thinking about any project ideas, what is it? You don't start thinking in implementation. You first decide a topic and then you design, then you define the use cases, or you specify what you design is the specification, what all functionality, what all features you want to give from your project. And that is nothing but, that part you can add in you can visualize them as the interface. Okay. So now the next point, till Java 7, till JDK 1.7, what all it can mainly contain? It can contain other things, but I'm talking about mainly contain. So it contains data members, it contains methods. What are the implicit keywords for the data members? Everyone knows that. Which are the three implicit keywords? The data members are always implicitly public, static, final. Okay. So you know the meaning of each individual keyword. So all you can declare in the interface is the public static constants. And what are the methods implicitly? Implicitly means when you don't add anything. What are they? Public and abstract. But as I told you, this is the only thing. This is true. That only this you can add till Java 7. From Java 8 onwards, Java supports functional programming features. So I will show you later, not now. After collection framework, I take functional programming. So you will see there is a concept of a functional interface. So when I show you functional interface, just hear it. Right now, I'm not going to go into details. So functional interface is the interface which has single abstract method. The moment I say it has a single abstract method, how many different type of behaviors it represents? Just one single type. And since you're coming to me from JavaScript, it will be very easy for you. Like how we have an arrow function, like how you can pass a function to another function, calling it as a higher order function. Here, you will see that functional interface reference can refer directly. Interface reference can refer to implementation class, but I'm saying you don't even have to write the implementation class. You can just write a lambda expression and assign, functional interface references can be assigned to lambda expression. So all those we will evolve later. So coming back to point, so I told you yesterday very honestly, all we have covered is the basic half of interfaces. We'll keep coming back to it in the marker interface, functional interface, etc. Now, I saw that there was confusion among you, even after drawing and all that. So just answer that. So hopefully after sleeping over it, your confusion is less. So can anyone tell me, just Boolean questions answers. Can one class implement from multiple interfaces? You know the answer. Yes. Can one interface, sorry. In this case, which is the keyword we use? Is it extends or is it implements? E or I? So I hope by now people have settled. How about the next question? Is it yes or no? Can one interface, as in sub-interface, extend from multiple super interface? Answer is yes. And which is the keyword we use here? Extends or implements? I already said it's a extends keyword, of course. Right? Can one class extend from multiple classes in Java? Everyone knows the answer. Two, the ambiguity can arise whenever you have multiple implementations inherited and you don't know which one to take or which one you are overriding. So this is not allowed by Java because of diamond issue, ambiguity problem. Next one, can one interface be implemented by multiple implementation classes? Yes or no? Of course, answer is yes. What is the example? You all have at least looked at stack interface. And then in the implementation, you have got a fixed stack and you got an implementation class as a growable stack. So this is very much true. Are we all clear so far? Is everyone 100% clear? Okay, so this is definitely possible. And like I said, interface is not the topic that I can say, okay, now it is over. It will keep on coming even in Spring, which is the last topic in our Enterprise Java Spring framework. you will see we will be achieving the loose coupling between something called as dependent objects and dependencies via interfaces. So it is such a powerful concept. It is such a useful concept. More on this in good time. Now, then towards the end, what is it we had started was the exception handling. So start telling me. Exception means everyone knows it is runtime errors, and it is always going to be detected by whom? JVM or Java compiler? 100% JVM. And to be more precise, today we don't have multiple threads. So JVM's main thread, since it calls the main method, and we write all our business logic, all our functional logic in main. So JVM's main thread is mainly responsible. So when you talk about exception handling, exactly, Pallav. So when you talk about exception handling, what are the topics? What are the things you should know inside out? You should be knowing of the flow. What happens when a runtime error occurs? I'm not asking you. I'm just telling you that these are the topics we are covering. Or some of them I have covered yesterday. We'll just continue. Then you should be ultra clear on what are the basic classes involved, which are the exception handling related classes. Everyone should be clear with checked versus unchecked exceptions. And you all should be knowing the keywords try, catch, which you know, throws, throw and throws are similar sounding but totally different. Finally, and there is a concept called as try with resources. And then I will be taking you to creating our own exceptions, which are called as custom exceptions. See, Java supports both. Java gives you system level built-in exceptions. And in cases such as validation failures and what was it? This business logic problems, you have to identify the scenario that, okay, this is wrong. I can't accept this data as it is. And you have to create your own exception and throw it to the code. Okay, so this is all which will be covered in the exception handling. So start answering. You have the flow chart. Yesterday's help, I think everyone has it. So I'll give you the input trigger and you start telling me. So here I'll write a example. So you know something is in front of you. So suppose I wrote simple example. String num is equal to, pretty easy for anyone to understand. And if I say, imagine that it is in the main method and all of that. And what was it? Integer dot percent add num. Okay, so the question starts now. So when JVM executes this line, anyone wants to tell me. So here everyone can understand that there is a runtime error. So what will JVM do? Anyone wants to answer? After executing this line, no, that's not what I mean, Pallav. I want a better answer. That means you're not revised your yesterday's stuff. At least go through those, readmes and all that. So the first thing JVM does is, I'll take it here. Okay, I'll not draw because I've already drawn and wastes too much time. So here, what will JVM do? JVM creates the corresponding exception class instance and throws it to the code. So how do we say this in Java? Which is the keyword for generating, raising the exception? Is it throw or is it throws? Throw with S. Answer is it is throw. I have not yet explained the throws keyword. Okay, so throw. What is the syntax, basic syntax of throwable? Throw followed by throwable instance. Okay. So that brings you to the next question. What is this throwable? Throwable is the root class, universal superclass of all exception handling classes. Okay, so this is the syntax. But in this special case, anyone wants to tell me which is the exception? Sorry, which is the class which will be used? Number format exception. This much of knowledge everyone must have. How do you create the instance? New. So who is calling this? Is it called by JVM or is programmer required to do that? Answer is no, programmer is involved. These are the built-in errors, right? So throw new. What is that? Number format exception. NFE stands for number format exception. And here you can say, the error message it says is this particular num cannot be passed as an integer, something. You've seen this, everyone has seen it. So see the thing, I'm telling you the internals, so that when we start using the custom exceptions, you will know what exactly has to be done. What exactly has to be done? We will use the same keyword, but are we going to, as a programmer, are we going to throw the built-in exceptions B, or custom exceptions C? B or C? Of course, custom exceptions. So, I'm trying to clarify the concept right early in the morning. Coming back. So now, after doing this, now that when the exception is raised, Pallav, I'm talking to you, don't say just about the code. It all depends upon whether this piece of code is within the try block, or try catch block or not. So what is the next check JVM do? JVM does. JVM checks, has programmer supplied matching catch block, matching exception handler. So if in case no exception handler, now you can say, what does it imply? What will happen in this case? Will the code continue? Will the code get aborted? Here you can say code aborts. And which is the information when the code aborts, which is the method JVM calls? Nothing but print stack trace. Okay. So here, what does this method return? What does this method display on the console? It's not a console, it's a standard error actually. But what does it display? Three things. Can you tell me which are the three things it displays? First is the fully qualified name of the exception. Next is the reason behind the failure, that is error message. So what is the name of the exception in our case? Number format exception. Which is that error message which is going to, you are going to see number cannot pass into integer. And most importantly, the location details. That is, which is the line number where the exception hit you. So this entire stack trace will be given to the user programmer so that you and me can debug. Okay, so this is it. But now imagine that you have written it in a try catch block. You know the syntax. So suppose here you have placed it in a try catch block, and you know the catch all, which is the catch all. What should be the target here for a catch all? Everyone knows that. You can technically say catch throwable. Throwable includes fatal errors as an error. So we don't do that typically. Catch exception. And here you write the catch block. And here code continues. So now tell me, in this case, if there is a exception handler, in case matching, everything is about matching, but catch all is matching with all. In case of matching exception handler exists, anyone? So will it continue with this try block? So will this try block continue? Of course not. So the try block, wherever you have written this aborts, it will enter the catch block. Catch block is executed, and then the code continues. So this is nothing but your exception handling flow. Are we completely clear so far? Okay, great. Now tell me, which is the super class of all exception related classes? They are in java.lang. So the root classes, you know that already, throwable. Guys, do this much of reading every day. So tomorrow, next day when I continue, you'll feel connected, you won't feel lost. So throwable is extended by two subclasses. One is error and the other one is exception. So tell me, which one you can handle and which one you cannot handle? Which one is catchable, recoverable exception? And which represents the fatal, unrecoverable errors? Answer is error. Okay. So if you see, just open the Java docs. When I say if you see, you should immediately see. You should not wait for tomorrow to happen. So immediately open your docs, API docs. I'll show you something which I did not show you yesterday. Just I'm tracing the hierarchy, nothing else. Open this page, and what you should look for is throwable. Okay, so you can look for java.lang.throwable. I expect you to log in with the API docs at least. Even if you are not coding with me parallelly, that is absolutely fine. That's a personal call. But at least compulsorily you have to do this. Coming back, which is the super class we are looking at? Throwable. It gives you, it is the super class of all errors and exceptions. And see, it tells you so beautifully, so clearly. Just take efforts and read little bit of Java docs. Only the objects that are instances of this class or one of the subclasses, is a relationship. Is it a throwable? Are thrown by the JVM, which is built-in exceptions, or can be thrown by the Java throw statement. Tell me honestly, when so much of help is given to you clearly, you don't require our help. Are you getting me? So it just is, visit the Javadocs and at least read the basic description. Okay. And similarly, only this class or its subclasses can be the argument of the catch class. Okay. So all these things are given. Now, let me not waste your time. What are the two subclasses here? Error and exception. So now if you click on error, you can see there are so many assertion errors. There is a VM error. There is a, what do you say, internal error and so many. So read this. An error is a subclass of throwable, indicates serious problems that a reasonable application should not try to catch. In short, in most of the cases, such errors are abnormal conditions. Okay. So if you look for, there is a class called as IO error. So IO error extends from, you can see that. See the hierarchy, object, throwable, error, and IO error. IO means input output. So while reading or writing the data to the device, if there is some internal error, this you cannot catch. So these are called as unrecoverable. These are the kinds. But which is the other part we can catch or which are recoverable? The exception. So here is your exception class. And which is the famous subclass, important subclass of exception? Answer is runtime exception. So where is our runtime exception? Reflection, yeah. So this is your runtime exception. So tell me, if your classes, exception classes, are below, means extending from runtime exception, what are they? Checked exceptions or unchecked? They are unchecked exceptions. And you can see tons of them. So many. Arithmetic, what else? I mean, illegal argument, no. In the enums, you'll know that. Anyway, so many are there. A number format is one of them. And if your what is it, exception class does not extend from this runtime exception, what is it called? What is it considered as? It is considered as the checked exception. So search here for something called as interrupted exception. Just you can say interrupt here. You will see java.lang.interrupted exception. Take a look at it and tell me, what is it? Checked or unchecked? Everyone knows it. The moment you don't see any runtime exception in between, what is it? It is a checked exception class. Now, so here, so this is done, and exception is further extended by runtime exception. Okay. So which are these things? Unchecked exceptions are extending from which one? Everyone knows the answer. Runtime exception. Those classes which extend from runtime exceptions are unchecked exceptions, or those which do not extend from this are the checked exceptions. Okay. So I'll say checked exceptions do not extend your runtime exception. Now the next question. This is all revision. I've not started a new topic at all. You know that. So now tell me, who does not differentiate between them? You have got only two choices. Is it a JVM or is it a Java compiler? Let me see what you're saying. Wrong answer. Somebody said compiler. Wrong. Read the question. Who does not differentiate between them? Answer is JVM. Means what? You should immediately understand the meaning of the statement I'm making. Okay, means if there is an unhandled, if you have got a unchecked exception and you have not put it in a try catch block, and you have got a versus you got a checked exception which you have not handled via try catch block, what will happen? JVM aborts the code. So what does it mean is, that is, in case of unhandled, unhandled means no exception, no catch block. In case of unhandled, checked as well as unchecked exception, what will happen? That is, in case of this, JVM simply aborts the code. Are we crystal clear? Because I don't want to give you different ideas, wrong ideas rather. So if it is an unhandled checked exception or unhandled unchecked exception, JVM says I don't care. You're not given me any exception handler. I'll abort the code. But who differentiates? Who differs? I mean, who not differs? Who differentiates between them? You know the answer. Which is the other entity we've got? Here the answer is Java compiler. And it's a one line. You just have to remember. And what is that important line? Java compiler forces handling of the which exceptions? Checked or unchecked? Answer is checked exceptions. Okay. So Java compiler will say that if your piece of code, whatever you have written, if it may throw, every time it may not throw, but sometimes it may throw, sometimes it may not, depending on situation. Java, if it is going to give rise to checked exceptions, then Java compiler says you have to handle the exception. And you will see, so this Java compiler forces the handling of the checked exceptions upon programmer. If you don't do that, otherwise, what is it you will get? Compile time error or runtime error? Answer is, otherwise Java compiler will give you error. And it becomes so easy when you see the error. In 2 minutes, you will see that once I finish my revision. Next one. So once you do that, there is, okay, so let me say this. So what are the two ways? There are two different ways to satisfy the compiler. Okay. So what are the two different ways in case of unchecked exception, it is not forcing. If you remember our yesterday's code, whatever those 4-5 line code, all of it was producing, may produce sometimes unchecked exception. So compiler never crypt. But I'm going to start with today example of a checked exception, and you will notice the difference. So what are the two ways to satisfy the Java compiler? Means what are the two ways of this thing? Get rid of that error. One way is, you know that already. Which is one way? Tell me. Wrap it in a try catch block. Okay. So this is called as the actual handling. Okay. So exception will be actually handled and the rest of the code will continue. But in some cases, you will see, you don't want to handle the exception right there. You may want to delegate it to the caller. So this doesn't, I mean, this you don't understand immediately. So I'll give you an example. So listen, our starting point is main. So this main method, we write all the UI part. Okay. And we are going to write it in this manner. So I'm just, preparing you. So main has a UI. It has got scanner and all that. So here, suppose I'm talking an example. You have accepted, you have read the email ID, user email. Okay. Now, this email, I don't want to blindly accept it. I've got maybe rules. The email must have minimum characters 5, maximum 15. Because maybe my database column is only that size. It must contain @ It must end only in, I'm supporting maybe only .com, something. I mean, I can think of 10 different rules. So when you say accept email, the main doesn't want to directly put it in the database. Database means in the user object or customer object or whatever. But I want to first validate it. So, see, I'm telling you how we are going to progress. So bear with me. So this validation logic, should it be tightly coupled in the main method In short, should I write that validation logic? You know, some string APIs and all, contains method exists, and that there are methods. Or should I separate it? I'm asking you, this validation logic, should it be tightly coupled in the main method itself or separate? Answer is separate. You should ask me why. What is wrong in writing it there? The problem is, tomorrow, see, client is the one who is the flakiest. Flakiest means keeps changing the mind. Today he's saying that, okay, not confusion, Vipin. Hear me out. So the point is, today user is saying, customer is saying, okay, these are the validations I want on the email. Tomorrow user might change the validation rules. I don't want to touch my UI part all the time. You know, so today onwards, you will see so many classes, not so many, don't worry too much, but you will see the separation and we will nicely separate out validation rules in a separate class. And who is going to call these validation rules? Of course, main, the integration point. So let me not get distracted. So here, for this, we will be writing a method, validate email. Okay. So who is calling whose method? The main, that is the UI class, the driver class is going to call the validation rules, validate email method, and here it will pass the email ID. Are you understanding the flow so far? Imagine a tester class having main, which is the front ending of your application. It accepts the email ID. It says enter your customer email, and that email is being passed to validate email. So now there are two possibilities. The email is as per the valid format. So all is good. So simply continue. Continue means you can return the validated. So I don't want to say too many things. But now, in case of invalid email, there will be a exception. So tell me, will JVM detect this as an invalid email? Is JVM so smart that it will understand our validation rules and do this? Of course not. So what is it we will have to do? We will have to pitch in as a programmer. We will have to create built-in exception class or custom exception class, and which is the keyword to raise the exception. You know all of it. So here we will have to say throw. It's an instance, new, built-in exception or custom exception, custom exception. So I'll show you all of that, how to create invalid, let's say invalid input exception. This is my own exception. And user doesn't know exactly. User is a dumb user. User doesn't know what went wrong. So here you can say that invalid email format, or you can say that email is required and all that, you know, minimum 4, maximum 14, something. But the point is now, listen to the point. All this code you are writing in the validation method. So the moment you are raising the exception, the moment this is the exception which is raised, and you will see later all our custom exceptions we will be creating as the checked exceptions in core Java. So checked exception means what? What will it extend from? Your choices are runtime exception or exception. How will you create your custom exception as a checked exception? By extending from the exception class. All that I will deal with separately. Don't worry. That's not my point. But my point is, so there are two options. If it is a checked exception, what is the statement I want you to remember is compiler forces the handling of the checked exception. Only one statement, guys. Okay. So what does it mean? You will start getting compiler errors because compiler sees that you have not handled it. So tell me, which is the first option we have? What is the first option? I just talked about one option. So you can wrap this code in a try-catch block. Everyone understood me so far? I'll repeat the last 2-3 lines. User gave me invalid input. So main function was calling, main method was calling my validate email. So we are in the validate email. It has passed the email ID. And in case of some validation rule fails, and I as a programmer, I'm throwing the custom checked exception. So what is the rule of the compiler? Compiler forces the handling of the checked exception. You got that. So now, how to satisfy compiler? You already gave me the answer. Simply wrap it in a try catch block. Agreed. Fine. Very good. But now, what if I have got 10 such fields? One is email, one is name, one is password, one is phone number, and 10 different things. We will write to keep the code all, loose. We will have validate email, validate password, check if it is duplicate, check if the whatever is within the range. If it is a date, is it not a future date, n number of things. So now, what sounds better? Tell me. Writing those 10 different try catch blocks in those individual methods sounds better, or writing one centralized try catch block sounds better? I hope it's a like obvious question, obvious answer. 100% single centralized error handling always sounds better. But now I'm in a fix. My compiler will not compile my code. So is there any other way? Listen to the statements I'm making. To tell the compiler, I'm not telling JVM, only tell compiler, don't be hyper. I'm talking casually. So here, I want to tell compiler, don't be hyper. I'm not handling the exception, fine, but my caller will handle it. So tell me, who is the caller of validate email? Main. So I just want to tell this, I just want to satisfy the compiler saying, I don't want to handle this exception because there are too many handlings, too many try catches here. I want to delegate the exception handling to the caller, and that is done via another keyword in Java, throws. So what is throws? I'll make you read in my readme. Throws is a keyword in exception handling. What does it, who it is meant for? Is it meant for JVM or is it for Java C? Tell me. Is throws for Java compiler or Java JVM runtime? Of course, it is for Java compiler. And what does it throws indicate? Does throws mean that every time exception is going to be raised? Absolutely not. It just tells you the possibility. What possibility? If user gives me some invalid email, then only this method will throw the exception. Okay, so throw just indicates the possibility, and throws mainly allows you to delegate exception handling to the caller. So what is the syntax of the throws keyword? It always comes in the method declaration. It cannot come. See, don't get confused. This is a regular Java statement, like any other Java statement, but throws only appears in the method declaration. And what appears after that is the whichever exception you have. So what will I say here? Throws and invalid input exception. Can I have only one exception included in the throws class, or can I have multiple this thing? It depends on your method. If your method is saying that, okay, this is one, then here itself, suppose I'm checking password. That's a bad idea. But anyway, suppose, then I can have, where is that? Throws in invalid input exception. I might have, suppose I'm writing some networking code, maybe a socket exception, or maybe these are typically the exception list. Suppose something got interrupted, so I got an interrupted exception. The point is, don't worry about what is socket exception, what is interrupted exception. Just look at the syntax. So start telling me throw versus throws. So when you say throw, is it going to, I'm taking your revision recap. I'm asking you throw versus throws. It is already supplied yesterday. So both of them are the keywords used in exception handling. So tell me, who uses throw keyword to raise built-in exceptions? One word answer, JVM. Absolutely correct. Next question, who uses throw keyword to raise custom exceptions? Compiler. Guys, wake up. Hear my question again. Yeah, somebody this. Of course, programmer. Is my English a problem? I'll repeat my statement. I said, who uses throw keyword to raise, to generate custom exceptions, your own exceptions. Of course, a programmer, answer is in front of you. Throw new invalid input exception. Okay, next one is where does the throw keyword appear? As a Java statement or it is or in the method declaration? S for statement. Okay, statement, fine. Java statement. It can never appear as a method declaration. It's a normal Java statement. That is about your throw. Okay. Now let us talk about. Oh, sorry. One more thing. After you say throw, whether it is a built-in exception or whether it is a custom exception, can the code continue normally? It's a Boolean question, yes or no. Answer is no. The immediate block will be aborted and JVM will start searching for, I'm saying properly, Ashwini. So here, JVM will continue searching for which block? Catch block. If it does not find the catch block, entire code will abort. If it finds the matching catch class, the code will continue after the catch is executed. Are we absolutely clear? All the statements are clear? Okay, now let us talk about throws. Throws is used for Java compiler, JVM, both or neither? Only Java compiler, correct. So where does the throws keyword appear? As a statement or in the method declaration? Of course, it appears in the method declaration, very right. Next question. What does throws indicate? I'll give you options. When you say throws, is it 100% that an exception is going to arise or is it just a possibility? Answer is it is just may. Yeah, it is just a possibility. In case things go southwards, okay, in case things go wrong, then in that case, the particular exception may be thrown. That is the only possibility. And throws tells compiler, what does it tell to compiler? Option 1, that this method, current method is handling it. Option 1. Second option is this method is not handling it and we are delegating the exception handling to the caller. Okay, Vipin, don't say main will handle. Main is only in this case. How about, listen to this, main calling M1, calling M2, calling M3. So if I say caller is the correct answer. So M3 says throws. Who is the caller of M3? M2. So you are delegating the exception handling from M3 to M2. So let's just say delegates it to the caller. Caller end up finally it may be main, but understand the point while answering the questions and something else. Okay. So the last thing, think and answer. When is, it's wrong English, but still. When is adding throws keyword compulsory? Don't start answering. Okay, if you want, you can answer, but I will give you choices. So when it is adding throws keyword mandatory in the method declaration, so I'm asking you the basic one. Compulsory. See, as a good programming practice, we do it all the time. But when does compiler mandate it? That is the question. So let me give you options. Is it in the case of checked exceptions? Is it in the case of unchecked exceptions? Pick up the option. So I hope you have optioned correctly. It is in the case of checked exception. Now under the checked exception, I've got two cases. The handled checked exception or unhandled. So let me explain myself. Handled means what? I have added the try catch block. Unhandled means what? I have not added the try catch block. So pick up the option again. Of course it is unhandled and checked exception. Are you figuring it out? Are you understanding? So what is the answer of this line? Trick question. When is adding throws keyword mandatory? Otherwise compiler will shout only in case of unhandled. So if you are not sure, unhandled without, no catch block, no try catch block, no catch clause, right? And checked exception, the ones which do not come from runtime, only in case of unhandled, checked exception, adding throws keyword is mandatory. But so this was a mandatory case. But what is optional and recommended? But add it all the time. So, okay, all the time is bad, but add it even as a recommendation. Add it even in case of unhandled. I hope you're not getting frustrated with words. Unhandled, unchecked exception. Read it slowly. Read it. That's why I always insist go through at least my sequence and then fork out to different readmes. So when it is compulsory to add it, your code is producing some checked exception and you are not putting it in a try catch block, you have to do it whether you like it or not. Otherwise, compiler will shout. But as a good programming practice, you should even add it. You should even mention the throws clause even when you have unhandled, there is no try catch block, and unchecked exception. Why? Because that gives the user, whoever is using your API, understands that this method, if something goes wrong, will raise this particular exception. But with words, you don't understand a word. I mean, you don't understand too much. So please open the Java docs, look for integer class. I'm taking the same examples so that you already feel connected. Everyone got here? Now search for our famous method parseInt. So tell me, I think everyone can understand what is the point here. The point is not the rest of the API. Point is this throws class. So tell me, is your integer.parseInt method always going to raise the number format exception or sometimes? A for always, sometimes is, sometimes. It is sometime. And when is that sometime? If you don't give a parsable integer in the string, then only it will throw the number format exception. Are we all clear? So the moment you say throws, what is it telling you? That this parseInt function, parseInt method is not handling it. Whoever is the caller of the method has to handle it. Okay. Now click on this and tell me, is it a checked exception or is it unchecked exception? C or U? Everyone can see here. It is unchecked. So this is what is the recommended part I'm saying. So imagine if they had not mentioned it, as a programmer, you would not even know which exception will be raised if something goes wrong. This is that recommended variety. Are we clear or are we lost? So this is what, okay, let me ask you this way. If I remove it from here, nothing will matter. I mean, compiler will still work because it's an unchecked exception at the end of the day, but it is still recommended and we'll follow all the recommendations. Okay. Now let me take you to the example of finally checked exception. Okay. So please look for, there is a thread class. Okay. Look at the class, look for the name thread. Am I starting threads? Absolutely not. We are far away from that, at least a week away or whatever, more maybe. Anyway, coming back. So why I got you here? It's the easiest example of a checked exception. I hope you are all here. Next is look for a method sleep. And I'll highlight, read only this much because that monitors and all the other things, schedulers and all, will cover it in multi-threading. Today, only this much. Read this API. This is the API. This is the method of your thread class. Read that. In JavaScript, we have set timeout. So, and of course, you have a function passed and all that. Here, it is much simpler. So, coming back to the point, I want this. What I want is pretty simple. I want a message appearing before. Then, there should be a delay of 5 seconds. And then, a message after should appear. Before, 5-second ka delay and after. So, in short, SOP before, SOP after. In between, what will you write? Tell me. You have to use this method. In short, I'm asking you, how will you use this method? Yes, please. Directly sleep, Anshuman. Wrong. Wrong. I am looking for something. I want exact code. Directly, if you write sleep 5000, okay, finally, Shanur. Guys, it is a static method. So either you use your import static, which I'm absolutely okay with, or at least use thread.sleep. Okay, so I think people meant that only. So, and it is the unit is milliseconds. So 5000 milliseconds will do the job. But obviously that's not my point today. That will be point when we enter threads and all that. Now click on this and tell me, is it a checked exception or is it a unchecked exception? Tell me. It is a checked exception. So let us use it. And in 1 minute, you will be all clear about throws also, about the checked versus unchecked, everything. So let me just launch it. All I'm going to write is before and after with a delay. Okay. So let me just close all of this. Today's day 7, right? Okay. And let me start in a manner, calling it as a tester. And here we are saying the name of, name should be clear cut. Test checked exception. Yesterday's test unchecked exception you can go through. This is the contrast. So before I continue, I would like to quickly revise because some of you may not have got time to go through this. So I have a simple question for them. Which is the exception which is going to come from this code? Everyone knows that. This is your arithmetic exception, which is an unchecked exception. So the question being asked is, if I comment this try and catch all block, will you get compiled? Oh, there's a lag. Okay, okay. Yeah, this time I think something goes wrong. Anyway, am I back again? I'll repeat the question. I asked you a question, guys. Here, if I comment this try catch block, okay, in this code, will I get a compiler error or will I not get a compiler error? Compiler error, no error. Answer is no error. Why? Because compiler does not force the handling of the unchecked exception. As simple as that. That was my starting point. Now let me write another tester. I already explained the code. So I'm writing, intention rather, objective. So let's say before, and here I'll say after, and with a delay of 5 seconds. So let's use the things which needs practice. I'm too lazy to write thread.sleep every time. I just want to write sleep. So what is the solution? Solution is import static. Okay. After that, what comes? Fully qualified class name whose static members you want to access. So what is the fully qualified name? Java.lang.thread. And what is it you want to use from that? You can say star. So thread has min priority, so many static members, but I don't want that. What I want is the sleep method. Okay, so we will add that. And then, well, let's see. I'll say sleep and let's say 5000. So what is it you are observing? Are you seeing a compiler error or no error? I hope everyone is seeing a compiler error. Just take the cursor there and it will tell you why there is a problem. It tells you in such a clear-cut manner. Unhandled exception of the type interrupted exception. And IDE being nice, generous, it is telling you the 2 quick fixes also. It is telling you that either you can add the throws declaration or you can surround it with a try-catch block. Are you understanding me? So both options are available. Whatever option is, what do you say? The better option, whatever is the more, it is not like a better or worse. It all depends on the business logic. So I'll show you both ways. So what is one of the ways of satisfying the compiler? Wrap it in a try-catch block. And here, for debugging, print stack trace, which gives me the totally different, totally complete information, total information. And here I'm just saying mean over. Okay, right? So this is it. Now, when you run this, you can see there is a delay here, 5 seconds delay, and after that and mean over. Okay, so this is one of the ways of, you know, handling means, yeah, handling the checked exception. Is everyone clear so far? Are you understanding that this is how the compiler forces the handling of the checked exception? But here now I have a point. So what is my point? This point is, you'll understand it thoroughly in our multi-threading topic, but I'll just try to explain it. So whenever you launch a JVM, here we have started the JVM, whatever the tester. So when you start a JVM, what are the two threads we have? Sorry, this thing, system threads, everyone knows. One is your garbage collector, one is your main, right? So this is your main, this is your garbage collector. So now my point is, this is your main, this is your garbage collector. Garbage collector thread doesn't get even activated unless until heap is under pressure. So for all the practical purposes, we are currently in a single threaded system. Even though there is a background thread garbage collector, it may not even get a chance in such a tiny code. Okay. So now the point is, when you are having such a, effectively single threaded system, when does the actually interrupted exception come, While one thread is sleeping, some other thread sends the interrupt signal, then only the sleeping thread will get an interrupted exception. I'll repeat the statement again. Even if you don't understand too much, wait till multi-threading topic. I said, when will a particular thread get interrupted exception? While it is sleeping, some other thread sends the interrupt signal, and then the sleep method, the sleeping part of that thread is interrupted and it gets the interrupted exception. So answer me, if the other thread is simply garbage collector, do you think garbage collector thread is going to send the interrupt signal to the sleeping main thread? Answer is absolutely no. Garbage collector may not even get a chance, and if at all it gets a chance, it has better things to do than waking up the main thread. So when does this become relevant? This becomes relevant in our, look at this, in our actual multi-threaded system, So that is why I said wait for threads to begin, which are so exciting, so interesting, concurrency and all that. So when you have actually created your own child threads, your own threads, so suppose this is T1 and T2, and while T1 is sleeping, T2 some other thread can interrupt the sleeping thread. So coming back to the point, tell me, in this such a effectively single threaded system, is my main thread ever going to get this interrupted exception? Yes or no? Answer is never. We will have to bring in more threads, our own user defined threads, and we can, try waking up each other by interrupt and all that. Okay. So now, isn't that too much? I don't want to handle it because I know that exception may never arise. So is there any other way to satisfy the compiler and not write the try catch block? That is where you have another keyword. You have learned that already. So I'll just make a copy of it. Test checked exception 2 maybe. And you know what I'm talking about. So let me remove this try catch block. We are back to compiler error. And tell me now, how do I satisfy the compiler? Which is the keyword throws. So I hope none of you, all 250 or whoever has logged in, is 100% clear about throw versus throws. So what should I use? Throw or throws? Of course, throws. Will it come as the statement here? No. So in which line number should I add the throws? Tell me the line number, please. I'm spending a lot of time, so just respond. Of course, it has to appear in the method declaration here. So here when I say, see this, throws, I have two choices. Either I can say throws interrupted exception, or I can go to the super type. Interrupted exception is a exception, is a throwable. So I can use throws exception, throws throwable, or throws interrupted exception also. Which is the recommended practice? Which is the standard norm? Give the actual exception name. So here, what is the exact exception name? Throws interrupted exception. And as you can see, compiler is satisfied. Are you getting this? So what are the two ways of satisfying the compiler? In case of checked exception, if you want to handle it immediately, wrap it in a try-catch block. If you want to delegate it to the caller, use throws. So last question. Who is the caller of the main function, main method? Main thread. So when you are delegating it to the main, what will happen if the interrupted exception actually comes? The code will get aborted. But today there is no danger, there is no fear, because we are running in effectively single threaded system. So I'll just wrap it up. Revise it by one line. Compiler forces the handling of the checked exceptions. And to satisfy the compiler, there are two ways. Which are the two possible ways? Either handle the exception by wrapping it in a try-catch block right there, or delegate the exception handling to the caller via throws. So pretty clear? So these are the two keywords. You know now three or rather four. You know try-catch also. You know what? Throw as well as throws. Let me take you further. All this I shared it in yesterday's help. So I'm just opening my README of exception handling. Now look at the legal syntaxes. Yeah. So these are all legal syntaxes. Let me explain one by one. So can my try block, because people ask you, given a piece of code, what will happen? Compile error, no error and all. So can try block end with a one catch clause? That is, when I say exception one, it could be arithmetic exception or your number format. Absolutely yes, legal. Next one, can one try block end with multiple catch blocks? Answer is yes again. So catch exception one. Exception may be arithmetic exception. This may be null pointer. This may be class cast. Allowed, legal. Next one. Can I have here a specific exception as a null pointer? Yes. I showed you this already. Can I another catch explicitly, specifically? Arithmetic exception, yes. And towards the end, I don't want to handle others separately. So I can write my catch-all block. And why exception is a catch-all block? Because exception is a super class of all checked as well as unchecked exception. If you say null pointer exception, sorry, this is covered. Okay, what is that? Number format exception is a exception. So everything I can catch with a single catch-all block. So this is all legal. Now look at what JDK 1.7, I guess. I don't remember, 1.6, 1.7, one of those versions have brought in. See this. So this is your simple one. What does it say? Try block, catch, arithmetic exception, and done this. And here you are looking at a multi-catch. So how do you read this? Catch, null pointer exception, or array index out of bound exception. So can anyone tell me, when the JVM will get you into this particular catch block? Either your try block throws, null pointer exception will be caught by this, or array index out of bounds will also be caught here. So earlier it wasn't supported, but now you can do this. I'll show you in a minute the example. And you can still end it with a catch-all block. So let me just show you that. But before I show you that, I have already explained throws keyword. So throws syntax, throws can appear in the method declaration, and it can have comma separated list. And this is the meaning. So just go through it quickly as a final recap. So I hope all the statements are clear. We have talked about it just recently. So let me show you this multi-catch example and we'll proceed to new keyword finally. So let me just copy our unchecked example in today's project. So I don't have to write it. I'll just write something and you tell me. Give me a second here. So this is your, okay. So here, I'll just make it as arithmetic exception. There's a pipe or let's say number format. And of course, you can't have the same exception here, obviously. So let me get rid of this in arithmetic exception or number format exception. And all I'm saying is SOP. So take a look at the modification, please. This is your standard try block, as you can see. And this is your catch-all block, which is also known. So look at only these lines. So can anyone tell me when the control will enter line number 17? In which two cases? Either in case your code throws arithmetic exception or number format exception. Typical question I get, can I pipe it further? Of course, yes. But I would say if you have multiple such this, you already have a catch-all. So typically don't extend it too much, but 1, 2, 2, 3, 2 to 3, you can pipe it, you can OR it. So now let us see which is the exception here. I'm getting arithmetic exception as you can see. So tell me, what is it going to go into first catch block or is it going to get into catch-all block? Answer is pretty clear, I hope. The first catch block. Confirm? As you can see, in arithmetic exception or number format. And you remember, when I say system.out.println E, it calls automatically E.toString, and the toString method is inherited from throwable, which prints what? I don't know whether you noticed or not. I'll just maximize it. If when I say maximize the console, you simply double click on the console, you know. So here, because when I give the instructions in the lab, people don't understand what I want. So anyway, so this is the fully qualified name, arithmetic exception. And what else it prints also for your help is the error message. Divide, you try to divide by 0. Okay. So now let me give the other example. So let's see. And here, let's say. So now you know which is the exception you are going to get. This will not throw any arithmetic exception, but this will definitely throw your number format. Same catch block will be executed. It's a ORing, nothing great about it. Nothing difficult about it. So can you see this, guys? Result is again 10. You are entering the same catch block again because it is either this or that. And then you have got a name and the following details. Are we clear with all the legal syntaxes so far? I'm not showing you try within a try, that is nested try. Soon, sometime, I'll show you that as well. I'm telling you, exception handling is one of the easiest topic in core Java, other than checked versus unchecked. But I think now people know that as well. So now let me take you to the next keyword in exception handling called as finally. So read this much and I'll explain. So let me start explaining whatever I've written. Finally is another keyword in exception handling. Exception handling has got few keywords, so it is one of them. Try, catch, finally, throw, throws is all is there. And of course, you have try with resources, but later. Now, when you say finally, it is also a block, like a try and catch block. And what is the speciality of that finally block? Finally, whatever code you write in finally is always executed, except one condition. If you terminate the JVM directly by saying something called as system.exit, then not even a single execution, single instruction can continue. So of course you'll have, I mean, that is the exception. Otherwise, in all other cases, finally code is always, finally block is always called. Okay. So when I say always, what I mean is whether there is an error exception or whether there is no exception, finally still gets executed. Okay. So examples will make it clearer. And of course, I will write it in a minute. So you just solve here. So let us look at the first example of here. So is this a legal syntax? Try followed by catch followed by finally. Answer is yes. So now let us solve it. So as you can see, it is a catch-all block. So you start telling me. I'll give you the inputs. Wait a second. Suppose there are no errors in the try block. What will be the flow of execution? Will entire try block succeed? Yes. Will it enter the catch-all block? It's a yes-no question. Of course not. If there is no exception, why will it enter? But will it execute the finally? Answer is yes. Okay. Next option, next, what do you say, scenario. Here, suppose you had written 100 lines long try block and you got an exception. It doesn't matter. Checked or unchecked hardly matters. Exception is an exception on the 10th line maybe. So will the rest of the try block continue? Of course not. Will it enter the catch-all block? Yes, it is a catch-all, you know the name. And will it still execute finally? 100% yes. This is what I meant. Okay. Now take the next scenario. Is this also legal? That there's no catch-all. I'm just catching a particular exception. And with finally, of course, yes. Try catch finally is very legal, is standard. So now, suppose in this try block, you got a null pointer. Pretty easy. Try gets aborted. It enters the catch block. Exception is handled. Finally executes and code continues in a normal manner. Everyone clear? Because that's not my question. My question is something else. What will happen if in this try block, you got some other exception? Let's say arithmetic exception. I'll repeat my question slowly. I want you to answer. Suppose in this try block, you got null pointer. So, okay, let us make it arithmetic exception. So you tell me, will the try block be aborted after that? It's just a yes or no. Keep telling me answers. Answer is yes. If there was arithmetic exception raised, will it enter this null pointer exception catch block? What is it? Yes or no? Of course, no. Will finally be executed in this case? Answer is yes. But now the real question is, what will happen after finally? What the point I'm trying to make is, after finally, when you execute finally, is the exception is handled or not handled? Answer is exception is not yet handled. So JVM starts looking for matching catch block. So this is an inner try maybe. So now it goes to the outer try and checks, is there any matching catch block? If the answer is yes, executes that matching catch block and code continues. If there is no matching catch block, what happens is obvious, code simply aborts. So the point I'm trying to make is, even if it is an unhandled exception, still finally block always gets called. Okay, that was my point. And don't worry, if you're not clear, I'm soon starting with a lot of examples. Everyone will be clear. Next one. Is this also a valid syntax, legal syntax? Try with finally. Answer is yes. If you don't know about it, sometimes you just take it as a no. But this is also legal. So people might be wondering, what is the point? So here is the point. I'll give you a business scenario. Suppose you have written a long method I mean 100 lines long method, and you have not used any try finally and all that. Okay. And this method, we will do such things in the, IO days. I mean, file handling this. So suppose in that method, you have opened a file, user has passed to which file name and all that. You have processed something, and then the requirement is before you return from this method, you have to close the file handle. You should not keep any resources open. So, but the now the so you'll say it is so simple. I open the file in the beginning, I close it before I return. But now to make the question interesting, your method has 10 different return paths. Means what? There are if conditions in between. If this happens, if this is the condition, return at line number 10. Then code continues. Again, there is another return at line number 20, another return at line number 40, etc. So what is it you'll have to do? A messy code. Everywhere before you return, you will have to write file handle getting closed, file dot close. Instead of that, what is the easy trick? You simply wrap the entire method in the try block, and in the finally is the code which always is called. So typical use case of finally, before I say anything of this was cleaning up the resources. Cleaning up means what? Don't misunderstand me. If you have opened the database connection, I need to close it. If I have opened the file handle, I need to close it. Or if there is a socket connection and all for distributed computing, you need to close it. So you cannot rely on our famous garbage collector, and there is a finalized method and all that, but you can't rely on that because garbage collector may not even get a chance. So what we do is we add a finally type of a block to clean up or to close the resources. So in that case, try with finally also helps you a lot. Okay. So these are the various, use cases, not use cases exactly, various syntaxes of finally. Let us use all of them and check whether then let's use it. So let me just copy something so that I don't have to write too much from scratch. And you are just going to solve it. Give me a minute here. Okay. So start looking at it. Of course, code is with compiler error and all. This whole finally is used, Nishit, for cleaning up of resources. Which resources? Non-Java resources. Example, file handles, database connections, or your sockets. Did you understand that? Yeah, even you can do the scanner closing from that. Currently, you just seen one resource, scanner holding the system.input, system.in. So you can close that also using finally. So now just solve it. Just trace the code along with me. So SOP1, nothing great. Now, the moment main is directly calling test me, what should be this test me? Static or non-static? S or NS? This is a different topic, a different question. Of course, it has to be static. Suppose I remove this static keyword, what will happen? I'll get a compiler error. And if I want to call the test me, what is it I'll have to do now? I'll have to create the object instance and use the object reference to call it. So I did not want to do all that. So I've just added the static keyword. One static context can directly access any other static context. We did that long back. So now the control will go to test me, means main stack frame will be pushed below, and which is on the top is test me. Anyway, the code doesn't execute because you have a problem. So tell me, it's the same thing I did little earlier. So can you tell me why there is a compiler error on line number 26? You can see the compiler error. No, Ronak throws is the solution. I asked you why there is. Okay, I'll accept Akash's answer. Unhandled, I just want one more word, Akash. Unhandled, checked or unchecked exception. Checked exception. Okay. So here, compiler just says unhandled, but you and me know that it is unhandled, checked exception. So you know there are two solutions. One is add throws class or surround it with a try catch. So since I want to show you all possible keywords, here I'm definitely going to say throws. Either I can say exception, but better norm is interrupted exception. Okay. So now let's go ahead and do this. Wait a second. Okay. So now that compiler error is gone, you can continue. So I hope you remember we had just printed one here and the control comes to this. So will this get printed? Obviously, yes. In methods try. Now see the structure. What will you call this? Inner try or outer try? I or O? What is this? Inner try or outer try? This is outer try and this is your method level inner try. I'm just trying to give you give you the practice of people ask you all this. Give some code and what will happen that way. So that is just a practice, nothing else. So coming back, this is your inner try. Hold on to this. Now, this line, nothing. I've created the array of string type of references. Here my main thread is sleeping for a while. Now rest of the things you will tell me. Anyone, what will happen on this line? Exception or no exception? Quickly. Answer that. At line number 27, exception. Which exception? Quickly. Array index out of bounds. You know that. So what are the array indices range? 0 and 1. So now what will happen next is what you are going to tell me. I'll ask you systematically. End of try will be printed or not printed? Because that tells me the clarity. Of course not. The try block gets aborted. In methods finally will be printed or not printed? Answer is will get printed. Finally block is always executed. And now think and answer. Don't be in a hurry to answer. This method end will be printed or not printed? Let me say this. The method end. I need to see the last one. So there's a lag. I'm not seeing your responses from the Zoom chat. Answer is will not be printed. Those who are saying will not be printed are right. Guys, the exception, that is the case I had just now discussed. Okay. So naturally, what is happening is the exception is raised high. So which is the only block when the exception is raised high will be called either matching catch or finally. So the moment JVM finds a finally, it has to execute that. But this is a code which is neither in catch nor in finally, does not get executed. Okay. So now the stack unwinds. Stack unwinds means what? The stack frame is popped out and the control comes back here. So now continue answering. Will it print back in main? It's a Boolean question. Yes or no? I'm waiting for your answers. Answer is no. Exception is still raised high. Unless and until exception is handled, normal code cannot continue. Okay, so can it enter this catch-all block and print it? Which was the exception which we have got? I think, yeah, not I think, array index out of bounds. Of course, array index out of bounds is an exception. So it will enter here. Plus E will show you all that, toString. Will it enter the mains finally? 100% yes. The moment, whether it is a method level finally or mains finally, it does get executed. And will you see main over? Answer is yes. Okay, so I'll be giving you, as usual, in the not lunch break, breakfast break or whatever, morning break. I'll be sharing this. You can immediately start playing with the code or we have lab session. And today, I'm not going to give you a pressure of another big assignment, a good news, happy news. So you can catch up. You have a breather today. You can catch up with all earlier days. Today's day is 7. Okay. So catch up with whatever pending things and get all the doubts resolved. A small assignment will be there, but not like yesterday. The larger one, big one won't be there. Promise. So coming back, I know, I know as in, I can feel things. Anyway, so let's confirm here. You should not lose interest. That is my main thing in Java. Coming back. So what is it? The initial ones were pretty easy. This tells you that even when the exception is raised high, what is it? The finally block always executes. But is it printing that method end? Of course not. After the exception is raised high, exception is raised, the only thing your JVM can execute is finally or and rather matching catch. This is none. So it did not. Then the stack unwinds. The stack frame is popped out. Control comes back. I don't know whether you remember it. See, don't go by the memory, go by understanding. So the control comes back here, but it cannot print back in main simply for the reason because exception is still not handled. So this doesn't get printed. Is it getting into mains catch-all block? Of course, yes, catch-all. Array and see this. This is what is the contribution of toString. It prints your array index out of bounds and the reason index 2 is out of bounds naturally. Is it still printing the finally? Of course, yes, and printing main over. So this is my first version, first draft. And I'm going to make a lot of copies of this till everyone. Zoom is not responding. I think it is responding here. Vipin, others guys, am I clear? Okay, yours is not this thing. Okay. So this is the first version. And I'll anyway Vipin share the code so at that time you can just recap whatever you lost. So let me make a copy now. Give me a second. Even in my case, looks like it is not responding. Okay, it responded. Let me make a copy. You just have to tell me what will happen. Oh. So, while solving, do go through such things. Now, easy one. Okay. So, you know the whole code now. You can help me. So, I'll just ask you. In the initial part is extremely easy. So, here, one, control comes to test me. It will print in methods try. It will have this array and a sleep. Now you take over. So what happens here? Exception or no exception? Start answering. No exception. Okay. So will code continue to line number 28? Of course, yes. It will print SS0A and go ahead. Flag is false. So if flag, I don't require if flag is double equal to false or nothing. If flag, return. So will it return here? Will the method return from here? No. Flag is false. Then will it print end of try? It's a Boolean question, yes or no? Of course, yes. Will it print in methods finally? Yes again. So what is my point? Finally is executed in the presence as well as absence of exceptions. Now, next one. Will it print method end? Answer is yes, because it is a normal flow. It is not having a different flow because of exception. So the flow continues. Method unwind, stack frame is popped out. I mean, the test me stack frame is gone. Will it print back in main? Naturally, yes, because it's a normal one. Will it enter the catch-all block? Answer, of course not. There's no exception. It's all a normal execution. But will it print finally still? Yes. Mains finally will be still called and main over. So this is the easiest one of the lot. There's like the point I'm trying to make is in case of normal execution, also main your execute finally is executed. So as you can see, it is called your methods finally as well as mains finally. Rest of the flow is all straightforward. Are we still clear? Is everyone clear so far? Okay. Next one. I'm still not done from my side. And like I said, best way to do is take this, import this as it is, so you don't have to type too much. And you can make the changes, or if you have a specific question, write it out and share with us. That is how it goes. That is how is best. Now the next one. Test finally 3. Just thinking about it. So this is fine. Now I'll make this flag as true. Okay, solve. It's the almost similar, just a small point. Initial one is the same. prints 1, comes in the method string. Exception or no exception here? No exception. Code simply continues. But now I have toggled the flag to true. So at this point, method returns. If flag, return from the method. I gave you the example earlier while talking about one of the use cases of finally, if you recall. So start answering, please. Will it print end of try? It's a Boolean question, yes or no? Of course not. Method has returned technically. But before returning from the method, if JVM comes across a finally block, in short, will this be printed or not printed? Answer is this will be printed. Somebody was asking me, I forgot your name. So sorry for that. So that what is the exact use case? So finally code, since it is going to get called all the time before method returns, here, if you have opened some resources, scanner holding the file device or your socket connections or your databases, you can definitely use this finally block to close those resources. It is called as cleaning up of the resources. Okay, because what happens is, suppose you open the database connection, and you never close it, or that part of the code is not visited, you will not return it in the finally. So database connection is not closed, and any database has always got maximum number of connections. So if you reach that limit, next time the application will not get a database connection and you will be in a huge problem. So use finally to clean up the resources, one of the use cases. Coming back. So now tell me, so this will get printed. Method end. Will it be printed or not printed? I hope you are giving me a correct answer. Does not get printed because technically method has already returned. Only thing which can get called is the finally block. So you won't see this. Now, will this get printed? Of course, yes. There was no error. There was no exception. The method has simply returned. Doesn't enter here. Means finally still gets called and then main over. So only one point in one example. And like I said, I might not have answered all of your queries, quite possible. So please add the query in the code. And then if you ask a question, it becomes so easy to answer. Instead of, just talking in English, talk in Java, think in Java. Coming back. So this is your method stride. This is where the method has returned, but the finally block still gets executed. And after that, it is just a normal execution. Are we still clear with finally? Okay. And the last and the again easy one. You know the answer already. So here, look at this. Wait a second, I messed up. I got a response problem. So I don't want this. I don't want this. I made a mess. I just want to copy this actually. Okay. The last and the easiest. If flag, I just want to say this is a, what do you say, a healthy return. There's nothing error at all. So one then calls test me. In method stride, some delay prints AA after that. So tell me, flag is true. So will line number 30 get executed? Of course, yes. So after that, end of try doesn't get printed. Finally, nothing can get executed, including finally, because here, guys, you are stopping a process, you are terminating a process, you are terminating JVM. So how can any code get called after that? So this is full and final termination. Nothing gets called after that. So I said it is the easiest of the lot. There's a delay of that. And can you see this in the top left corner, it is telling you JVM has terminated. So these are the variety of usages with, program end. Exactly. JVM application over, program is over. So that's it. So what is it? I was going to say something. Yeah. So unless and until you say system.exit, so it should never be used. No, Surya. I'm talking about some more these things. I'm talking about system.exit. You use in a very rare situation where genuinely your multiple threads or your main cannot continue. So in a specialized scenario only you should use. And there is another construct I'm showing you, something called as try with resources. But like you are saying it rightly, generally recommended, don't terminate unless there is a fatal error. So that is the answer. Yeah, I was going to say something. You know, favorite questions. One is throw versus throws. I hope people are clear. The other one is there are three similar sounding words. You go through Java interview questions and typically it pops up. Final, finally, and finalize. Exactly, Rohit. So final means what? Constant. You know, all various usages of final, final methods, final classes, this and that. Finally, just now we saw, finally represents a block. So answer my question. Can finally exist on its own or does it have to be preceded by try? Of course, yes. Finally cannot exist on its own. Either it can be preceded with just try or it can have try as well as catch. You know that. And you know the meaning of finally. Finally code, finally block is executed in all other cases unless until you abort the application, terminate the application. And how about finalize? So what is finalize, guys? It is a method of an object class inherited by all the classes because all the classes extend from that. Who will call this method? Tell me. Garbage collector. Before finalizing, before what do you say? Collecting the, destroying the object or after? Before destroying. So that is your last and chance, last and final chance uh, of, cleaning up the resources. But we don't use finalize. You can override. I'll show you demo. I'll ask you to do that. Everything I don't have to show you. You can just take up any class and override. Now you know overriding. Okay, so then you can override the finalize method and put some SOP in finalize. I'm telling you, it will not get called in the ordinary manner because when will JVM give a garbage collector chance to get activated? If and only if the heap is under pressure and periodically, but if it is required, Upender, not even, not, if it is not required, in a classroom kind of example, where we are hitting the limits, we are not, right? So, is there any way to request for garbage collection? Answer is yes, I've taken that. I've told you that. You can, don't say call, you can, request for garbage collection. You remember system.gc. So once you do system.jc, then there is a chance that finalize method will get called and whatever you have written there will be executed. So that is your finalize. Be clear on such similar sounding words. Next one. So yeah, now. So now there is another, what do you say, alternative. I won't say exactly alternative, but another way of cleaning up of resources from JDK 1.7. And this is where we again come back to interfaces. So I'll just, instead of making you read, let me do that. Give me a second here. I'll write something and then of course I will make you read all these. So let's say test. Don't worry about what is that auto closable. I'll come to that in a minute. So here I'll just write some code and then in a minute I'll ask you a question. Give me a minute. So what is it we have? Something. Okay. Simple question, simple answer. So the question being asked is, in this piece of code, the scanner, resource scanner which is holding your console input, standard input as a resource, is it going to get closed or is it not going to get closed? It's a simple question I'm asking. Look at a two-liner code and answer. In this piece of code, will it get closed or will it not? Simple, yes or no. Sometimes, it hangs so much that I don't even see this. Of course, it is going to get closed. I hope you are not saying otherwise. I can't see your messages. It is all hung on my side. So here, why I'm saying that? Look at this. Is this method going to throw you an exception? No. 1, 2, 3, 4 is parsable integer. So code will continue here and nothing great about it. The prints the int value, scanner is closed. I'm sure you people know what I'm going to say. Now tell me, will your scanner get closed? Will this line of the code execute or does not get executed? Of course, scanner will not get executed. You know the thing. So here, everyone knows what you're going to see is the default handler. When you don't write any try catch block, JVM supplies a default handler which simply aborts the code. So now if I tell you, don't go by what I'm saying. You can apply your own thinking. So if I want to ensure that scanner is closed irrespective of whether there is an exception or no exception, what is it you will do? It's such a clear-cut answer. You will add a finally block. Everyone knows that, right? So you can add here, if it is a, see, this is an example of an unchecked exception. So you can add try and finally, or if there is a checked exception, try catch finally. Everyone is clear? But I'm saying there is an alternative, and that alternative is nothing but auto closability. Okay, so I'll repeat my last statement again. As you gave me perfectly, the solution is I just add this in a, try and finally block. But see the problem. Okay, I was not going to waste time, but anyway, then the point doesn't become clear. So if I do this, there's a problem. There used to be a problem in this. There's not a problem, but too much of a code. Anyway, can you tell me what is the problem here? As per your suggestions, I added try and finally. What is the problem here? Tell me. The scope is a problem. Where I have declared the scanner, I have declared the scanner inside the try block. So how can it reach in this? So what is it we had to do before is scanner SC. Here I can say SC because I want to do it here and then it reaches. But now I'm into another problem. What is the problem here on line number 13? Here, if it suppose it whole aborts, okay, let me be simple. Java compiler doesn't allow you uninitialized variables. So here I had to do this earlier. Okay. And then actually the code will work. But I'm saying so much of code. Declare the resources outside, initialize them within the try block, and then close it in a finally. Is there a good alternative? Answer is very much yes. So enter a very special interface in Java called as java.lang.autoclosable. Is everyone clear? There is an alternative, but I'm going to show you a cleaner, simpler, best alternative. If you have some resources, such as this is an example of a scanner holding console input. But better examples are file handles, database connections, socket, all three typical. We will use auto closability wherever possible. So read that. From Java SC, okay, forget this. Best is, read through Java docs. So here, search for, it is all written in simple English, simple format, summary. You read it later. I'll show you from the API docs. Please search for scanner. So you can see there is a java.util.scanner. And can you notice one class can implement multiple interfaces? Okay, so one of the interface it has implemented is auto closable. Has everyone reached here? Reach it here fast, or otherwise look up here. My suggestion is open your own Java docs and navigate, move around. So auto closable. You will see it is in the package java.lang. Module is still java.base. And can you see literally tons of classes which have implemented this auto closability. All these file handling classes, which I'll talk about in our file handling days, java.io and all that. So all those classes have implemented auto closable, and scanner has also. Scanner is also auto closable. See, yesterday you must have written fixed stack is a stack by implements. Here is scanner auto closable? 100% yes. Now read about this. It's a very good description. So I definitely want you to read it slowly. Okay, so let me start explaining line by line. Autoclosable represents the object that may hold the resources. And what two examples they have given? File and socket. Third one is database until it is closed. So what they mean is the autoclosable implementation classes represent some resources unless and until they are closed. So now see this, read this line twice if required. When I say in the middle of night interface, you should know it can have public static final data members and public abstract methods. But this interface does not have those data members. It has only one single method, close. Okay. So here, instead of you calling that close method, who is going to call this close method? Read this. The close method of autoclosable API is called automatically. By whom? By Java compiler or JVM? Of course, compiler doesn't work in execution time. Of course, by JVM. And when exiting from something called as try with resources block. Have I shown you try with resources yet? Answer is no. I will show it in a minute. So what is it happening is, if you add, instead of just plain try with resources, who is going to close automatically? Who is going to clean up these resources? P for programmer, J for JVM. Yes, please. Is it P or J? Is it a programmer or a JVM? Answer is JVM. Okay. So JVM will automatically call the close method on this autoclosable API, and it will relinquish means give up, release. Relinquishing is releasing any underlying resources. So that is why I said, I mean, you can always use try with finally, or you can always go for try catch finally. But the easier one, the requirement where you are opening the resources and you are wanting to close it immediately when the when the block is over, better option is auto closability. So now what I'll do is, instead of talking about it, usage always helps. So let me keep this one, or I'll refactor, rename it, test, no auto closable. I'll call it as, because it doesn't have any auto closability. So see the name of the thing I've given. There's no auto closability here. And now I'll make a copy of it and show you. Its syntax is extremely easy. So this is going to be actual auto closable. It is using that try with resources. So now see the amount of, reduction in code. So when we do this, focus here. What is it we are going to replace try block by? We are going to replace it by try with resources. So what is the syntax? After try comes a parenthesis. Within this parenthesis, can you open only one auto-closable resource or multiple? Answer is multiple. You can, when I say multiple, please understand me. Somebody had got confused with my English. You can use either single or multiple. That is what I mean. So now, how do we start? Whatever resource you want to open, you just open it, you just initialize it, create it in this auto-closable manner. So observe that. Of course, I'll have to take this also, declaration. So here, See this? And there is a complete reduction of a code. You no longer require finally. If all you are finally was doing was the cleaning up of resources, there is an excellent alternative to finally is try with resources. And if you are opening only a single auto closable resource or last resource, whatever, you don't have this semicolon is also optional. So let me recap it for you. Let me say it properly for you. What is the syntax you are looking at? Is it an ordinary try block or is it try with resources? It is try with resources. How many resources can you open here? Single or multiple? Answer is you can open single resource. You can open semicolon separated multiple resources. So just to give you an example, here in file days, when you want to read the text data, data from the text file, there is a class called as file reader. Okay, so I can say file reader, reader something equal to new file reader. And here you can supply the some name of the file. I am not doing this now. And of course, it includes in the throws, it has the file not found exception. So you can have a catch block then. Don't worry about this. All I wanted to say was, can private resources open a single resource or can it also open multiple? Multiple is also allowed. But we are not doing that here. We are not in our file handling yet. So let me get rid of this. Okay. So here. Now the important question is, you may or may not add semicolon. After this try block is over, when the control reaches to line number 13, anyone wants to tell me what will JVM automatically call? Simple question and simple answer. I'm saying at line number 13, what will JVM call is, it will call, you're right, Vipin, automatically the close method. So currently, how many resources I have opened? Only one, scanner. So what it will call here? Of course, it will call here sc.close. Are you getting this? Okay. So scanner, whatever was opened will get called here, close here. But suppose in the later examples, suppose I open here file reader. FR is for file reader. In our JDBC days, database handling days, suppose I open a database connection. Okay, wait a second. So listen to the question, please. Something I messed up. Okay, wait a second. This also got a comment. Okay, so just look at it. My question is, I mean, because I don't have those resources, I just have to ask you. So in this case now, what will happen when the line number 16 is executed? Anyone wants to tell me? Is it only going to call scanner.close? Of course not. So resources are closed in the opposite manner. In short, first the database connection close, then the fr.close, and then the scanner will be closed. So this is it. Whenever you want to open in the same try block, try with resources block, you want to open certain resources and you want to close them automatically. What is it we use is try with resources syntax. Are we clear with the syntax and the working? The sequence is clear, how the resources get closed. Now you can read this and you will understand all of it. So now you can read my write-up. Read this. Anything you don't understand, you can ask me. I hope you have finished reading. There's some question here? What is close method? Throws exception here. You should that looks like, I mean, your API docs are not open. You should be keeping this the method throws. I mean, sorry, the method close includes in the throws class this. So if there is any problem in closing the resources, then this exception is raised. Okay, that is the meaning. Throws keyword now you know, Anshuman. So you should be understanding it. So, and you don't have to call it at all. Your JVM calls it automatically internally. So read the description of it and you'll definitely get it. Are we clear? Who's going to handle it? JVM handles it because it is all managed by the JVM. So answer to that, your question is, if you have added a catch block here, programmer will handle it. It will continue. Otherwise, JVM will handle it automatically. That's the answer. So coming back to the point, something I was going to ask. Yeah. So if you use this auto closability, you definitely can see. You can definitely see which block is no longer required for cleaning up the resources finally. Okay. So if you want to do the cleanup of resources, instead of try and finally combination, do try with resources. But is it the alternative to catch block? Absolutely not. Catch block is still required. I showed you. If there is any exception to be caught, like I was answering him, a catch block is still required. It is simply an alternative to finally for cleaning up of resources. The last question and we move on. Tell me, in this case, okay, I'll ask you a question. Let me make my question clear. Can try block, I said try, can try block exist on its own? Meaning, can you write a try block without catch or finally? Wait a second, Vipin. I'm in the middle of a question. Answer is no. Try, distinguish guys. Try versus try with resources. Try writing only try block. You will immediately have a compiler error. So try block has to be ended either with catch finally or only catch. I've given you those legal syntaxes. Now the question I'm asking is, can try with resources exist on its own? That answer is yes. Because try with resources is equivalent to what? Try and finally. Okay. So don't feel, don't feel lost in the trick questions. That is what I was asked you. So now Vipin, let me see. I can't open that Zoom chat. Wait a second. I'll see if I can check your question. Otherwise, can you just type it again or can you just unmute and ask me? It is anyway break time. No for try, yes for try with resources. Perfectly, Pratiksha. Vipin, I'm talking to you. You are typed some question, but I was in the middle of something. Anyway, so you can ask me anytime you are ready. So this is what was usage of try with resources. So of course we are stopping here. So the only main part after our break, we are going to I'm going to show you the use case of custom exceptions. When do you require those? Yeah, that that I thought so. Anyway, so if our own class implements auto closable, yeah. So in that case, if you say create my auto closable resources implements, again JVM doesn't care whether it is a scanner class or your own class. It will still automatically call close method of your auto closable class if you put it in try with resources. You can try out such things instead of just asking, questions. I'm not saying don't ask questions, but it becomes so interesting. Okay, so wait for database. There is a well-known design pattern kind of called as DAO layer, data access object layer. That is where we can use all those tricks. So automatically database connection can get closed. So the only topic remaining from this is main topic is custom exceptions and throwing those custom exceptions to the code in case of errors. We will handle it after the break. So that will be all. And yeah, so we'll continue around 11. I'm just trying to leave.
Guys, just hold on for a few minutes. Swati ma'am needs to talk to us.
Good morning and welcome back. So let me just open. So what is it we were talking about earlier was the last one was auto closable. So let's do 1 minute recap and we'll continue to uh, last topic, last point in exception handling, which is custom exceptions. So tell me, what is auto closable? A class or an interface? Simple question, simple answer. Interface. Is it compulsory for all the classes to implement this? It's a Boolean question. Answer is no. Only those classes which hold the resources, for example, typical example, file handles, socket connections, or the database connections. Typically, they are called as non-Java resources, which hold these resources. Only those classes need to implement it. So which is the package to which it belongs to? Java.lang. This interface contains only a single method. Which is the method in this interface? Oh, by the way, I forgot to upload the code just now. I'm realizing. Nobody reminded me also. Anyway, so now it is too late. Okay, close is the method, Ashwini, right? So now tell me where you can use this auto closable interface. Your choices are in try block or in try with resources. Easy questions. Only in try with resources. And when you open, okay, sorry, one more. Can you open only a single resource in the try with resources, or can you open multiple? Answer is if you need, you can open multiple. And now the most important question: whenever you reach the end of try with resources, who will call what method? Which method? So who answer is JVM. And which method will get called automatically? The close method will get called, and that will 100% ensure releasing of non-Java resources. So don't attach too much importance. I mean, it's not at all complex. This is the meaning of your auto closable. Next one. So now let us have a situation as an objective, and then we will discuss it. So here, so this is my requirement is okay. Let me say this. This is the objective. It's a simple objective, simple validation. We are validating the speed of a vehicle running on a highway. Okay. So when I say the speed of the vehicle and all that, there are limits. There are speed limits on any particular way, highway, e-way, or expressway, or whatever. So suppose I'm saying my minimum speed limit is 40 and maximum speed limit is 80. So what is it I want to do? This is a simple use case, but that will give you how to apply the validations overall in your Java application, and we can build on that. So what is it I want to do? If the current speed of the vehicle is less than 40, I want to send the alert to the driver, and I want to give a message such as you are driving too slow, shift to the slower lane, you are blocking the traffic, etc. If the speed of the vehicle is greater than 80, again you send the alert to the driver saying too fast, petrol can cause accidents, etc. And if it is within the range, just okay message, okay, keep it up, you're driving, I mean your speed is within the range, etc. Is the simple requirement clear to everyone? So this like hardly, I mean, simplest validation I can think of. Next question. Now, if I want to, if the speed of the vehicle goes out of bounds, goes out of range, tell me, will JVM detect it as an error? It's a Boolean question, yes or no. Is JVM going to detect it? Of course not. JVM doesn't understand all of that. So who will have to do the checking speed, and who will have to alert or raise the exception? Of course, us programmer. Everyone understands it? So this is where we are entering, creating our own exceptions, which is called as this. These are not built-in exceptions. These are not system exceptions. These are the custom exceptions, programmer defined or other user defined, application level, exactly, user defined exceptions. And then we are going to throw it to the code. We are going to raise our own custom exceptions using which keyword? Throw or throws. Which is the keyword we will use to raise the exception? It is throw keyword. And I have already talked about it. So what will be the syntax? Throw new invalid speed or speed out of range exception. And then we will give the messages and all that and alert the driver. Is the requirement fully clear? So let us split it into various parts. Let us design it so that similar design you can carry it forward. So the first thing is, since we are not going to use we are not going to use any of your built-in classes, we will create one. So here are the steps. So the first step is which are the classes we are going to create is the custom exception class. So this is your user defined exception. Okay, so here when you say user defined exception, how do you create it? How do you create this custom exception class? If you understand, earlier if you remember, I had shown you the keyword throw. So only whatever which belongs to the throwable hierarchy can be thrown. So here, how you create it? So create a class which extends from. Okay. So what is it? What should be the super class? Where should it extend from? It should extend from, it can extend from anything which is throwable. In short. So can I see here extends throwable? Of course, yes. But what is bad about it? Throwable includes error also, right? And errors are uncatchable. So generally, even though it is correct, when I say correct, I mean no compiler error, we generally don't use it. Can I say technically? Technically means compiler error or not, legal or not. Can I say my exception extends error? Of course, yes. Error is throwable and anything which is throwable can be thrown. So this is also possible. Can I say extends runtime exception? Yes, again. Exception again. But if your class extends from runtime exception, what kind of exception will you have? Checked or unchecked? I'm so sorry, checked exception, you're right. And typically in core Java, in advanced Java, I'll say differently, but typically in core Java, we need to create a checked exception. So which is the one which is recommended is extends from exception. I'll just quickly repeat what I said because sometimes you are given a piece of code and asked what will happen. So don't say that it is a compiler error if your exception class is either extending from throwable error, runtime exception, null pointer exception, array index out of bounds. It is all legal. It should be below the throwable or below. But the recommended option is definitely exception. Okay, so let me write it so that things become clearer before I write the code in IDE. So here, okay, suggestion is create it in a separate package. Don't keep it with your tester class or tester package and all. So we will create a proper package, custom exceptions, and we'll add that. So package segment and all I'm not writing. I'll just write the class definition, public class. Another thing to learn from Java classes is, see how Java names it, null pointer exception, array index out of bounds, etc. So you also don't write it as public class ABC extends exception. You yourself will forget what is that ABC. So always don't say it as my exception, your exception also. Give proper name. So here we are validating speed. So I can say speed out of range. You know, array index out of bounds. So kind of speed out of bounds, speed out of range, kind of a thing. And what will it extend from? We know that anything of above is legal. I'll make this so that nobody gives loses marks or whatever due to this. Anything is possible, but typically we will of course extend it from exception. Okay, so now let's show me your understanding about constructor invocation and all. Don't disappoint me. When you write this, which is a subclass and which is a superclass? Speed out of range. Oh, sorry. Generally, the norm is end it with the word exception. So you know immediately it is an exception class. Coming back to the question, which is a subclass? This is the subclass, which is the superclass exception. So start answering my next question. When you don't add a constructor, Java compiler will add the default constructor. And what will be the first line of the default constructor? Everyone knows it's super. So which is the super class of this? You know the answer. It is exception. So let me search here for exception and ask you the question. Okay, so I'm here in the exception. Look at can you see this link? There is a link for constructors. So anyway, I'll not use that. Okay, so which constructor will be called first, second, or third? I'll not go beyond. So give me the first constructor. So no compiler error, no runtime error, but see the, I would say disaster, but see the sad part. So tell me, should we use this particular default constructor? If no, why not? Answer is you should not. Read it carefully. It will construct a new exception, so which is good, which is what I want. But the sad part or the disadvantage is that you can't initialize the error message. So the error message will be null. And when you try to show the user that, okay, you are driving over the speed, I mean, out of bounds or whatever, excess speed, less speed and all, you won't be able to set it. Are we completely clear? Are you understanding this? So that is why you should not add it. So which is the constructor which sounds cool, which sounds easy? The one with a message. Of course, you can use that also, but that typically we use in advanced Java with servlet and all. I'll show you. Coming back, constructs a new exception with the specified detail message. Everyone agrees? I will be able to give the error message also. So let us use that. But if I want to call this particular constructor, can you tell me what is it? I'll have to add it here. Everyone knows the answer. I expect such things clarity. So of course I will have to add my own constructor, parameterized constructor. Already you gave me the answer. So of course the visibility has to be this. And what will be the argument we will pass there? The error message. Correct? So that message. And now I don't, what is it I'm going to do with this? I want to pass this message to the superclass constructor. You have written employee, worker, and manager. So you know all about it. I just wanted to highlight. So you'll simply say super message. So what you get is the control will go to the exception class. It will create the exception object with this specified message. Are we completely clear? What is the need of adding this constructor is fully clear? Great. Now, so now tell me, can you just identify who is going to call this constructor? When I say who, I mean, of course, programmer and all that I know. Which part of the code will call it? The validation logic. So we will have to do some validations here, depending on the speed and all that. And if the speed is out of bounds, what is it you are going to use? Throw new, which is the exception class, speed out of range. And then we'll see how the entire flow works. So the answer to the question is who's going to instantiate this? Answer is the programmer, validation logic. So this is the first layer, first level. Now here another suggestion, I gave you the suggestion already. Don't tightly couple your validation rules along with the tester, because they can keep getting changed. So here onwards, we will create our own package. Am I talking about java.util? No, this is my own utils package, utility. And this is where we will add the validation rule. And you will see the pattern. The pattern is whenever you are having the utility methods, typically we create them as static. People must be wondering why static? Because when I have a static method, do I have to create the object of it, instance of it? Answer is no. And with your what import static, I can just call it as validate speed, validate email, validate this, validate that, etc. Okay, so we will add a static method for validating the speed of the vehicle. So this is going to be, I mean, just I'm writing, I'm not writing the whole thing because otherwise waste too much time. Public static. And another advantage of your exception handling is you don't have to return something like a Boolean. Boolean everyone knows. So if the speed is within the range, return true. Otherwise false. Absolutely not required. So, change your thinking process. I can return it as maybe the validated speed, double or int or whatever, or I can simply return it as void because in case of errors, we are going to throw the exception and automatically JVM will alter the flow without you doing anything. So this is the third advantage of exception handling. One is separation between business logic and error handling logic. Other one is continuing the code even in case of some errors. And third one is you don't require checking. The throw keyword, the flow of the execution will get altered automatically. So something like public static void. I'm not at all saying that every time it can be void. I might want to return that validated speed to the caller. Then it can be int and all. So validate speed, sorry. And then here I will be getting the speed from somewhere. Somewhere you will tell me. Okay. So this is what we are going to write. And here you will have a revision of throws and everything. So anyone wants to answer. Who is going to call this method? When I say who, I know the answer is programmer. But which part of the code is going to call it? Absolutely correct. Tester. So tester will do the job of, see the division of responsibility. Tester is just our front ender. It is representing our test cases. So when I take you from core Java to advanced Java, this driver code main method will be replaced. And then we will talk about entities such as web containers and web servers and whatnot. So the point is currently tester is your UI front ending. So it will take the speed from user currently using the scanner and then it will call the method as you said correctly. And then we'll detail it out. And here, you know this. Okay. So we'll have a tester and it will invoke the validate speed method of validation rules and we'll see how it works. Is overall design clear? Which are all the classes we are going to write in the next minute? The custom exception class, the code which will, check the speed boundaries, speed limits, and the scanner which will use all of it. Are we clear or are we clear or lost? Tell me. You will say it is such a simple design. Why you're spending time? This itself will get more involved, more complex. That's the thing. So now let me continue. So let's start with the custom exception class. Custom exception class is literally like 1 minute, 2 minute job. Especially with ID, it doesn't take any time at all. So here SRC class. I don't want to mix it up with tester. So I generally give it as a name as custom exceptions or custom exceptions is fine. And here now give elaborate name speed out of range or out of bounds, whatever you want to give. As long as you are clear, that is all I want. Okay. Now, here, if I write it as it is, which is the superclass of it object, but object is not throwable. You understand the terms. Throwable is an object is not throwable. So I'll of course have to say here extends, and I already told you all the things. I want it as a checked exception, so I made it as extends exception. Those who are keen observers, everyone should be a good observer, will notice a warning bulb. So if you take the cursor there, it is talking about something called as, serial version unique ID. So this topic, what is serializability? What is that serial version unique ID? All will be discussed in java.io, serialization, deserialization. So what is it about now? There are two options. You can just ignore this warning. But sometimes, looking at the warning hurts your eyes. I mean, you don't like it like. So you can tell the compiler to suppress the warnings. So what is the way To give the metadata information to the Java tools, you know the answer, annotations. So there is a new annotation I'm telling you. Again, it is a compile time annotation. It can come at the class level. It can come at the method level also. So the name of the annotation itself is so suggestive. Suppress warnings. Okay, I'll do this way. I'll show you the easy trick so that you know you don't get confused. Just click on that warning bulb and it will tell you. So all these solutions, what is the serial version ID? Later. Can you see the second last option? Add suppress warnings. So just choose that. And there is some warning regarding serialization, which I'll cover later. I'll repeat the last two statements. Either ignore the warning, as in stay with the warning, or add this. Completely your choice. Currently, it doesn't matter. Do I need to add a parameterized constructor? Yes. What will happen otherwise? No compile time error, no runtime error, but my exception message will not appear, and which we can't do, which we can't afford. So I'm just saying speed and control space. The first here itself is this, and here let me give the error message. I mean some this, and that error message, that detailed message, I'm going to pass it to my super class calling super. Okay. So this gets out of our way in literally half a minute, especially when you are writing it in ID. Are we clear with the first step? Create your own custom exception class to identify business logic failures or validation errors and throw it around. So step one done. Now the next step. So where are we? 7.1. So now let me create a separate package and a separate class validation utils or validation rules, whatever you call it. So here, utils, here, validation rules. I'm calling it as a plural because later I can have multiple rules also there. And this doesn't have any main. It is just a utility class. So if you recall, you have seen arrays. In arrays, there is arrays.deep2string if you have multi-dimensional array. You got arrays.toString, you got arrays.binary search, arrays.sort, so many methods. They are all static. So typically, utility methods are written in a static manner. When I take you to modern Java, that is Java 8 features, you will see that from Java 8 onwards, you can add static methods even in the interface. So that time I'll show you that usage. Currently, there is nothing. I mean, I'm not showing you Java 8 features, so we'll do it in a normal manner. So here, I will always write a method, a comment, add a static method. To do what? To validate speed of the vehicle or vehicle speed. Nothing, what is it, difficult about it. I mean, comment is not difficult. So start dictating, start participating. I already gave you. Why I'm making it public? Because tester is going to be the driver code, is going to be in the separate package. That's why. Public static. I don't require Boolean. Please don't waste your programming time or energy in checking true or false. You don't require it. So it can be simple void. Let us have the standard name, validate speed. And what will be the input here? Int double, you can choose speed. I'm all the time making spelling mistakes. Again, I'm asking you step by step. Are we still clear? Now, inside, tell me, what is it I should do? I, as a validator, should do check the boundary conditions. So here, if speed is less than 40. Okay, so take a pause here. I like to take the related concepts. So hard coding here 40 is not such a good suggestion because I might require this minimum speed or that boundary condition elsewhere. So let us declare it as a constant and then use it. Okay, so here, how do I declare a constant? Everyone knows what is the keyword for constant in Java? Final. But constants are read only, so there's nothing to hide. So I can start with public. But now, if the static method is going to use it, what should be the type of the constant? Static or non-static? Of course, static. So see this, public static final, like your interfaces triplet. This is the way we typically define use constants. And suppose I keep it as int. All constants are all uppercase, and I can definitely initialize it here. Okay, but take a pause now. Which is the best possible? This will work. I'm not saying it is not working, but which is a better way? Which is the best possible way to initialize all static data members? Akash is saying constructor, you are wrong. Okay, because constructor gets called per object and static members are memory allocated exactly once. So answer is very right. Static initializer block. So a minute's recap. Static keyword can appear in 5 different places. Static methods, this is your static method. Static data members, one copy, memory allocated in the meta space. You know about what else? Static imports. So I'm discussing now static initializer block. So how do you write any block? You know that. I mean, curly braces. So, but since it is a static initializer block, add a word here static. And how many times this static initializer block will be called, guys? Once or multiple times? Exactly once. So when it will be called? At the class loading time. I've written all of this in that readme on static regarding static or whatever. So let me repeat. This will get called exactly once during the class loading time. And what is a trigger for class loading? Either you create an object or even when you call any static method, it will get called. So this is the best place. I hope you are noticing things. See, there is a compiler error here. It is telling you that you have declared a constant and you are not given the value. So constants have to be initialized. No worries. So we will initialize it from here. And you can put SOPs and all that and you can see it will definitely, it will definitely get called. And your minimum speed before you can get a chance to call the method will be initialized. Likewise, I want to have the maximum boundary also, the other boundary condition also. So now it is all repetitive. So let me declare a max speed constant. And here we will define or initialize the max speed to whatever ATI says. Are we clear completely? So you can, if you want, you can trace it in whose in the static initializer block of which class? The class name is validation rules. Okay, so you can understand that. So this is here. Now you can go faster. So if speed is less than min speed, so tell me, is it a what do you say erroneous condition? Is it good or is it bad? Is it an error or not error? Of course it is an error. So what should I do here? Line number 15. What should I use? What should I do? If the speed is less than minimum speed, I should throw the exception. Wait a second. This hurts. Spelling mistake. You keep your answer ready. You know what I'm talking about. Right? So here. So if it is less than minimum speed, throw. What is the What is the syntax of throw? Throw followed by throwable instance. The moment I say instance, new is required. And are we going to use a built-in exception class instance or our own class as in custom exception? Of course, custom exception. So what will be the syntax? Speed out of range. And what is the error message here I'm giving? You are driving too slow and causing the traffic jams and all that. So I'll just say this basic. You are driving. This is an alert for the user, for the driver. You are driving. You can decide your own messages. Too slow. Shift to the slower lane and all that. Whatever rule, whatever polite messages you want. Now start the real fun. The moment I do this, there is a compiler error. I hope you remember the rule. So I'm giving you, no, don't give me the rule. I'll ask you a better, interesting question. So I'm asking you to, make this error disappear. So I'm sure you must be typing something like throws, try catch. I'm not saying that. I'm saying you're not allowed to touch this highlighted code, but still remove the error. I'll repeat. I said, you can see there is a compiler error. You know the reason. So make this make this error vanish. But you are not allowed to touch anything here. Anyone wants to tell me how? You understand my question first of all, or are you lost in the question? Question is clear or not? Not suppress, nothing wrong. You did not understand. Somebody said lost. It's a simple English I'm using. Everyone agrees. Hold on. Somebody did not understand the question, which is too bad. So there is an error. Make that error go away. But I'm giving you a rule, restriction. Are you allowed to write anything in that highlighted block? No. So apply your brains. Guys, when you say throws, I'll have to write a throws here. I'll have to write throws here. I'll have to write try catch here. I'm not allowing you that. Think out of box. Think out of box. Comment it. No, Rohit, I want to throw it. Come on. I get the answer in the batches. So don't disappoint. Okay. Validation rules throws exception. Class doesn't throw an exception, Akash. Anyway, let's not waste your time. Guys, what is the rule? Compiler forces the handling of the checked exceptions. So simply make it as unchecked exception and confirm your understanding. I was expecting some of you at least to, respond. Those who know Java should have. And actually, it is nothing like not known at all. If this is already explained to everyone. And now see out of magic, without touching any code, compiler is silent. Why I do such things? Just to show you what you are open that you are totally off track. Just to show you the difference between checked versus unchecked. Are we 100% clear? Am I going to do it that way? Of course not. But the trick question, that was a trick question. So the idea was to confirm compiler forces the handling of the checked exception. Compiler does not bother. Compiler does not force handling of the unchecked exception. So that was the question being asked. So now let me go back and let me accept your answer. Yes. Now I'm not saying. Now you are allowed to make the changes. So which are the two different options? One is either wrap it in a try-catch block or include throws. But if I insist centralized error handling, one single try-catch block, which is what is a better approach? Delegate the exception handling to the caller. So here, don't say at a class level. The throws keyword comes at the method level. So throws, which exception we are having? Speed out of range. Look at my spellings. Speed out of range exception. And this will definitely satisfy the compiler. Are we clear on all the statements I made so far? You got it now? Great. Okay. So one checking is done. If the control comes below, what does that guarantee? Speed is definitely either mean speed or greater than that. Now do the other boundary condition. So here, you don't say or, okay? Because I want to derive different messages. So I'm doing it in nice different statements. So here, if the speed is greater than max speed, okay? Now I think it is a repeat run. Everyone will understand. What should I do? I should throw another. I mean, exception class is the same, but the error message will be different. So throw new speed out of range, and the error message will be a different one naturally. So you are driving too fast, which can be totally fatal, can kill someone. Okay. So this takes care of both the boundary conditions. And if the control comes below, what does it mean? Is the speed within the range or is it out of range? If the control comes to line number 20, within WO out of range, of course, it is within the range. So you can give a message like, just to understand the flow. So you can say within the range or speed within the range. So this is a good example which covers simple custom exception, which covers your throws keyword as well as throw, and you get to understand the overall flow. So I hope everyone is clear. We just created a custom exception. We wrote a validation rule, simple validation rule. While giving you assignment, I have promised today, there won't be any heavyweight assignments, but a basic small assignment will be there. Otherwise, you will never, what do you say? You will never be confident in that. So a very basic assignment I'll give you. Coming back to the point, which is the only part which is remaining is a tester. So let me write a simple tester. Test, what is it? Custom exception. Please go through the sequence in the same manner which I have discussed, and you'll reach there, you'll understand. Now, will I require scanner here? Yes or no? Simple question, simple answers. Of course, yes. So do you want to create a scanner and close it by yourself, or do you want auto closability? Of course, auto closability. Start using the things whichever you have learned, and you will feel confident immediately. So this is your try with resources. And whenever we need the cache, then we will add it. Unnecessarily, let us not add it. Because that is the way of clarifying. Coming back, let's go a little faster. Otherwise, nothing. I mean, you talk about same things and feel bored. So this part you already know. So from this point onwards, whenever you are opening and closing the resource, not just scanner holding system.in, anything, you can definitely use try with resources. Here, we give the input to the user, enter current speed. Okay. And now, who has to call whose method for validation? The tester has to call the static method of your validation rules. So, rather, I'm a lazy programmer. I don't want to type validation rules dot validate speed. Is there any shortcut? You get used to such statements and you do it automatically. So I use particularly all these things, lazy and all. Import static. Now what should be the usage? Fully qualified class name whose static method you want to call. So what is the fully qualified class name? Everyone knows it's a package name dot class name. So which is the package we got here? Our own package, utils. I'm just hitting control space. There is only currently one utils, validation rules. I'm saying control space again. See the thing, understand. See why it is showing me all these options. All these are the accessible public static members. Do I need all of them? I don't. So you can simply say validate speed. Is everyone clear on import static usage? There's no concept here. It just it's a convenience. It's handy. And then I can definitely do validate speed. And then I will say sc dot next and I will confirm. So when you see the problem, you understand it. Now tell me why there is a compiler error. I don't solve it. See, I of course you can solve it. I know that. But first tell me why there is a compiler error. Okay, so catch is not there. How will you, don't answer this like this, in interviews. I know it's a lot of preparation. Unhandled, checked exception. Impress your interviewers with crisp formal words. So here, the what do you say, casual way of saying it is, you are not keeping your promise. What is it this method promised the compiler? I will not handle it. I as in validate speed method will not handle it, but my caller will handle it. So whose responsibility it is to handle it now? It is the caller's responsibility, main's responsibility. You're not doing it. So simple answer is unhandled, checked exception. Now tell me. Again, there are two options. Which are the two options, guys? I can still say, even I don't want to handle it. Let my caller is equal to JVM handle it. But the sad part of it is the moment JVM handles it, code gets aborted, which I don't want. So what is the only solution? I already have try with resources. Can I add a catch here? 100% yes. So either you can go for catch all or you can catch that specific exception, whatever that speed out of range. Let me go for catch all. And in that case, sorry, if I just say, e dot get message, how will it get printed? So here, if I say SOP, e dot get message, Later I'll do e dot print stack press. Anyone wants to tell me if I'm driving, I'm a what do you say, cautious driver, or I'm a scared driver. My speed is only 30 or 20 maybe. What is the message you are going to get here? It's no brainer. It's a simple one. Which is the message? You are driving too slow. So what is the point of this? This message, which you wrapped in exception, the same exception was thrown in the code. So when you say e dot get message, which is the message you are going to get? Whatever message you passed here, you are going to access it in the catch class. And if I'm a bold driver, so in that case, suppose I'm driving at 100, you are going to get the other message, driving too fast and all that. So this is it. This is all is the first look at custom exceptions. When I say first look at, custom exceptions is only this much, but we will use it in a various interesting manner little later. Are we completely clear? The three classes are completely clear. Total separation, custom exception, validation rules, and the tester. So now let us test the flow. Suppose I enter the current speed as, let's say, okay, let me run it first. You will see it anyway. So suppose I'm a cautious, I'm a well-behaved driver, okay? I'm driving at 60. So now before running it, here, where the control will go? To validation rules. Which part of the code will get executed? Is it less than min speed? No. Is it greater than max speed? No. So you definitely should expect to see this. And that is what you are going to see in a minute. So of course, you saw something more. I hope you remember, we have added a SOP. The moment you try to access any static member, a class row has to be loaded. This is the proof of concept. And the speed is very much within the range. Are you clear? Let us hit the boundary conditions. So suppose if I say I'm too slow, so of course the class loading happens and you get a proper alert message given to the user you are driving too slow. And if you go out of bounds, this is it. So I'll just stress the flow. And today, please remind me, I keep saying and I keep forgetting. So definitely remember, remind all the lab faculties, individual lab faculties, to show you the debugger. This is a very good, time to understand the debugger. See, debugger is not like any fancy great stuff. There is a button here. So you just have to add the breakpoints and trace it. So definitely, I will show it in my batch. And please make a request. I'll also add a request to other lab faculties to show you the how to attach debugger and trace it step by step. So coming back to the point, I'm not wasting theory time in that. So coming back to point, what will be the flow? See this. Suppose my speed is 89. So go literally. This is what I'll show you through the debugger in the lab. So the control will go to this method, trace it further. Is the speed less than minimum speed? No. Is the speed greater than max speed? Yes, of course. Now, here, when you say this, so which part of the code will happen first? First, it will create the instance. So we are going to add a breakpoint in the constructor, and you will see that this constructor gets called. And when you say super, the exception classes constructor will get called. It will initialize the error message, and then the control comes here, and then exception is thrown. So answer. If the exception is thrown, okay, you are answering each other. Very good, cool, thank you. So here, when the exception is thrown, will the control continue to the next line? Answer yes or no. Quickly, it's a simple question I'm asking. Of course not. So this code will not be executed. The stack will unwind. So now your JVM will start looking for matching catch class. So suppose if I have added here a word, end of try, end of mains try, will this get printed? Of course not. This entire try block will abort. But before it calls catch, at this point, what it will close? It will call scanner.close, and then it will enter the catch class and continue to show you. So which message? Whatever message you have given will be shown. And if I add a one-liner here, main over or something, that will definitely get printed. But I'm telling you from experience, don't use this till you are debugging your own code. This is too easy to debug, but in general. So which is the API, which is the method you should use to get the complete information? Is it toString? Is it get message, or is it print stack trace? Answer is print stack trace. So let me show you that also, and we'll move on to next. So here it is. So suppose I'm really slow. So can you see this? Static initializer block, of course, gets called. This is your fully qualified name, fully qualified name of the class. This is your error message. It gets little bit garbled. Main over is coming in between this stack trace. Don't get confused. What IDE does is, it mixes standard output and standard error. So you see this. I'll run it on the command tool, command prompt, and you will see no such confusion. And the application gets over. I'll repeat the last statement. I said, if you are getting confused by this main over in between, give me a minute. So when I say give me a minute, if you're working with me, go to your workspace. So here is EDAC is my workspace. We are in day 7.1. Where does Eclipse keep the compile classes? Under the bin folder. So I'm opening my command prompt from here. Otherwise small things, if they start bothering you, your focus will not be whatever I'm showing you next. So I just want to clarify. Everyone knows how do I launch the Java classes? Java followed by fully qualified class name. So I think it is tester. And let me just copy the name so I don't waste your time. Where's my okay? I'm just saying, what was that? Yeah, test custom exception. Otherwise, I make a mistake and you suffer. And suppose if I say the speed is this, it is hitting the upper bound. Check this. So now this command tool, command prompt doesn't mix up standard output and standard error. So now can you understand all of this? This is in static initializer block. This is your entire stack trace, including all the information. And last and final line is main over. Are we understanding what I did just now? Or not? Are we clear or not? Is everyone clear? Okay, so this is what. In case you get confused from the output of ID, just your ID is anyway compiling. So just open the command prompt and run it on that, and all your confusion will be gone in case you are confused. So this is what I wanted to say regarding custom exception. Did I miss any important question? I'm going to take you to the next topic. So before that, if you have any specific question on exceptions, please ask. Because I could see some of you were saying and answering. Did I miss anything? Okay, take your time. And you always meet me in the labs also, and there we have all luxury of time and all. You can ask me anything anytime. Not now. If not now, later also. Okay, so this is enough information for you to understand or for you to apply exceptions. Now let me take you to another such core concept, which is strings handling. So,
Ma'am,
yes.
ma'am,
Yeah,
in
I'm hearing. Tell
ma'am,
me.
in that exception case, ma'am, I think you missed one thing that whenever we catch, for example, maybe we are having two exceptions. Maybe we have runtime and a null pointer both in try,
Mm-hmm.
and then if we try to catch only, I mean, if we try to catch
So which
exception
is
for
the, no, wait, Surya. Which is the code you are talking about? Let's not talk vague so that people understand. Which one should I open? The multi
uh,
or wala or catch wala?
ma'am, I'm not sure which one.
Okay, let me say this. Here, what did I miss on? I have this code for unchecked exception.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
can you tell
So
me?
yes, ma'am. So for example, if in this case, if we try to catch the exception that is in on line 20th, if we try to catch
20th.
that, yes, ma'am. Say if our try block is throwing multiple exceptions, and we try to
Wait, you are wrong. You're completely wrong. That is where your doubt is or confusion is. I've not missed out on that. Think and answer. Can you have multiple exceptions thrown? You cannot. The moment your first exception is thrown, the code or the try block gets aborted. So that
No,
is
no,
where
no,
you
no,
see your
ma'am.
confusion.
I'm not saying that, ma'am. I am
You just now
saying
said that.
no, no, ma'am. I am saying that if we try to catch the exception, the only line 20th exception first, and then our code in try block is throwing some other exception later on, then I mean our other catch block is not reachable. That I'm saying.
No, no,
When
no.
we
You are saying all wrong. That is the way I have written the code. But soon in the practical scenarios, you will have a while loop. And we will have within the while a try catch and within that a switch case. So the control will again come back inside the while block. And don't worry, we will have that example also taken.
ma'am, wait, ma'am. I will let you know. Ma'am, I will tell you the example. I have seen that one. I will send it to
Yes,
you in
yes. So
chat.
share that in the lab session and then I can talk to you. Then I can at least understand what you're saying and then we
Yes,
can
ma'am. I
have this
think it's not
conversation.
clear the way I'm saying. I
Yeah,
will
right.
send you the
I
code.
am not understanding. See, the moment you
Yes,
show
ma'am.
me the code, I get a full clarity. That way we will do. Okay.
Yes,
Let's
ma'am. I
not
will show.
confuse others who have already settled on it.
Hmm.
Okay. So take it elsewhere. Let's take it elsewhere in the lab and then ask me. Okay. So here what we are saying is, yeah, the next topic is handling strings. So you've been using the strings right from the day one, but I have not explained you all the important aspects of strings. So let's enter strings and do take a look at overview of strings. So string handling in Java, the introduction to that is there are three classes. So just look at this slide and then we'll explain. I'll explain. Okay, so let's start looking at it from left to right in the left to right manner. When you are dealing with strings, strings are nothing but a character sequence. So which are the three classes which do the basic handling? All are in java.lang. So string builder, and a string buffer. So if you talk about strings which you have been using from literally day one, string represents immutable character sequence. Means what? Once you create a string object in the heap, objects are always created in the heap. Will you be able to change its contents? Answer is no. So string objects are always considered as immutable, as in read only. So string objects are immutable, but you know that the string type of reference can be reassigned to refer to another string object. In short, in simple words, in formal words, string references are mutable, reassignable unless and until you have declared them as constant. So all these statements, of course, we are going to see it in the 2-liner, 3-liner code, typical codes. So just understand the points. So strings are, because of their immutability, are also considered something as thread safe. But all the thread related things, I cover it in a multi-threading topic. Next one. When you talk about strings, strings have only the length. Like how you know the string length function, right? So the point is like how we have array, length is a data member, here length is a method. So what is a string length? Number of characters in a string. That's it. Now, when you talk about string builder and string buffer, they're extremely extremely similar. Means what? They have the same API, same constructors, same methods and all that. So what do they represent? What is the commonality between the two? Both of them represent mutable, modifiable character sequence. It's not read only. You'll see the methods, such as append methods, insert method, delete methods, which will modify the content of the string builder as well as string buffer, which is the later addition. String builder is added later in the API than string buffer. String buffer has been there right from the early days. And both of them have length as well as capacity. So what is the length of the string builder or string buffer? Length is nothing but the number of characters you have. And when initially when you create a string builder, what JVM gives you is the additional capacity of a 16 characters. Okay, so additional 16 characters are given to make your strings grow, to make your string builder act in a growable manner. But then what is the difference? What is the difference between the two? These were all the same part, I mean similarities. So the only two differences are, this is a legacy class. Legacy means old class. Okay, have been existing in Java since long time. But that's not such an important difference. The difference which you'll understand later, string buffer is inherently thread safe, whereas string builder is inherently thread unsafe. In Java world, we call it as this is synchronized and this is unsynchronized. But you can't understand anything unless until we talk about threads. What is that thread safety? What are the rules? So this part, even though I've given just as a slide, we will actually cover in your multi-threading topic. So which is the one we are going to use actually for mutable strings? We will always end up using string builder. And I'm not saying that your Java docs give you, Java docs tell you clearly. So if you're sitting with the API docs, look for string builder. And if you look at that, you will see it's a final class, so cannot be extended. I said it earlier, somewhere I have given you the example. String, string builder, string buffer, all are final, cannot be extended. What it represents is the mutable sequence of characters. It has the API compatible with the string buffer, but no guarantee of synchronization. Synchronization is, applying thread safety later. And this class should be used wherever possible. Javadocs tells you that use this class rather than using string buffer because it will give you a faster performance. Lesser the locks applied on any object, faster will be the performance. So don't worry about what is that performance or why it is a better performance. You'll get all your answers in threads topic. So anyway, I'm not starting with string builder. I just wanted to show you wherever possible, wherever you want a mutable character sequence, don't use your string buffer, which is a legacy class. Instead, you use a string builder. But now let us go ahead with the first string class peculiarities, and then we will enter string builder. So here, when I say string handling, or when I'm talking about java.lang.string, people ask you, interview questions or exam questions, there are typical questions asked. So one question is about the immutability of the strings. So we will confirm it with example. The next thing the people ask you is, there is a equality operator and there is another important method coming up from Java. One you have seen is toString. Today is the day you will be hearing, some of you might be knowing it, but everyone will be knowing about equals method. So you will know this is nothing but a reference equality and this is nothing but your content equality. So you'll know everything about it. And the third thing you should know about is how literal strings are stored versus non-literal strings, ordinary strings. So literal strings are the ones with the quotes. If I say string name equal to double quotes ABC, that's your literal string. So how literal strings differ from non-literal? If you know about these properly, then remaining rest of the string API is pretty straightforward. So I'm showing you first all of this, and then we'll take you to the basic string API. So since it has nothing to do with the exception handling, let me create a new project and you definitely revise through all of this in a proper manner. So let's say I'm giving the package name as strings and I'm just creating test1, test2 type, so it is easy for you to revise. This is the standard questions you are asked in strings. Okay, So let's say string S1 is equal to, in this case, literal versus non-literal strings do not matter. So let me keep it all simple and easy, light. And I'm saying there is a method here, append, sorry, concat. Append is there in the string builder, sorry. And suppose I say hi, I'm concatenating hi to it. And if I say SOP S1, all I'm asking you is, see, there is no compile time error, there is no runtime error. So what will be the output is the simple question being asked. So I'm getting both. I mean, I just got one answer which was correct. The correct answer is hello. You forgot the fact. Immutability. This is testing your immutability. So here you have created a string object. For literal string, you don't require new and all. If you're thinking that she's fooling by saying something literal, absolutely not. So you can create a non-literal string using actual string constructor. Answer is going to be the same. So it doesn't depend. Your answer is still hello. Okay. So let's take this much and understand immediately what happens. So here, open something. Okay, this is not required really. Just a second. Yeah. So here, let me take this code just to show you the immutability of the strings. And once you understand it, you won't make any mistake. So start showing the corresponding memory picture line by line. So here we are creating a new string object. Little bit later, I'll show you literal and non-literal difference. So which is the class which will get loaded in the method area? You know, which is this universal superclass of all. So first show the object class, then whatever the tester, and here, then of course, since it is a string class instance, I hope you are telling me already a string class, right? So a string, sorry, a string class gets loaded, you know. Now is you know you can solve the rest of it. So you have an object here. Object means string class instance, CP, and internally it maintains it as a private array of characters. I'm not giving those internals. So here there is a hello, some character sequence maintained. This is sufficient for your understanding. And this class pointer will be pointing to the loaded string class. And this is where we have in the stack S1, yeah, S1 referring to the created string object. Is everyone 100% clear? This is basic, which you know from earlier days. But real thing is here. When you say s1.concatenate high, can it really change this particular character sequence? Yes or no? Answer is no, because I said twice, thrice, whatever times, string objects are immutable. So what will JVM do? JVM will create another string object with the concatenated contents. So what happens after this line is executed? I think now you will understand it. I hope you will understand it. So another string object is created, and what will be the contents of this? This will contain the whatever that concatenated hello hi, as you were giving me the answer. What is the class pointer here? Of course, it is still a string class. So here pointing. But now the problem is, are we having any reference? S1 is still referring to the earlier string, and that is how you see the output as hello. And of course, since this is newly created string, marked for garbage collection. Is everyone clear now with the immutability of the strings? Is it clear? This is what happens internally. You have so many methods in the string class, two uppercase, two lowercase, replace, etc. Will they work on the same string object, or will they create a new string object with the changes? Answer is new string object gets created with whatever changes you have requested. So this is your internal understanding. Next one. Answer the next question. What will be the output? Don't be in a hurry to answer. I'm not in a hurry at all. So anyone. So here you saw, and I hope you understood also why the answer was this. Anyone wants to tell me what will be the answer here? Answer something. I'm there to correct you. So of course answer is hello 1, 2, 3, 4. You are this time you are right. So what happens here? You know the whole picture. It is a plus equal to. Plus operator is the only overloaded operator for concatenation. So it is as if S1 is equal to S1 plus, or you can say S1 dot concat. So S1 plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So now what is the memory picture? A new string object. Show it yourself. So new string object is created and you are reassigning S1 to refer to that. So as you predicted correctly, what is it going to be? Hello 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Confirm the output first. And like I said, once you know the internals, everyone understands it. So what is happening here now? You know this. Another string object gets created with the modified contents. Modified as in, let's not say modified, whatever. Contents, concatenated contents. And now here string objects are immutable, but string references are not unless until you add a final keyword to it. So here S1 starts pointing here and marking this string object, and this was anyway garbage collectible. This will be marked for garbage collection. Are we clear? Are we clear on the immutability of the strings? Okay. Now, so it's reassigning. Okay, one last point. If I say final, what's the meaning of final reference? Final is a constant. So it can hold only one value of address. Addresses cannot be reassigned. So then immediately you get a compiler error here. You read it. It will tell you the final local variable S1 cannot be assigned. As what they mean is cannot be reassigned. Are you getting it? So this is what I had meant in my string overview picture. Now, I hope you'll give me a correct answer. Just confirm. I'm just confirming. So tell me, what will be the output? When I say what will be the output, just tell me uppercase contents or lowercase contents. U or L. Of course, uppercase. Why? Because what is this returning? It is returning the reference of, just take the cursor here and you'll see it is returning a reference to newly created string which is having the uppercase content, and that is what you are printing. So of course you will have that. Okay. So here, as you can see, hello 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Everyone gets it. So this is the same game. If I say something like, give me a second, string, have I got S2? No. So here there is a method replace. So many methods exist. So you can open parallelly the Java docs. The replace method is for replacing the occurrences of old characters by the new characters. Okay. So what is it I have got now? Uppercase. No, I will not got. So let me say, let's say L by T. I'll repeat. Okay, those who are not understanding, please look into your string class, refer to your string dot replace, and you will see this method clearly. Okay, so what it does, returns a string resulting from replacing all occurrences of old character with the new character. Pretty easy. Okay, I hope it is understandable. That is why I insist, open the Java docs, please. So now if I do this, give me a second. I'm just displaying S1. I'm displaying S2. Sorry. So tell me, will this be original string or the replaced string? Original or replaced? You remember I've got L here. So what will you see here? Let's see what you're saying. I hope you are giving me correct answer. It is original, unmodified. And here, what will you see? Here you will see the replaced one. You get this? Because you know, now just now you saw, it returns you the reference which contains the modification. So that easy it is. Once you know that strings are immutable, or what I mean by that, what we mean by that, the rest of the things are pretty easy. So as you can see, this is your original string, not modified. How can you modify the string object? It is immutable. And this is your replace string created in a different memory location. So tell me, are we all clear with immutability of the strings? And anytime you run in a doubt, write some code and confirm the whole thing. Next one. Now let us talk about something else. The, reference equality, content equality and all that. And trust me that content equality is required every time. I mean, every other time. So let me say test 2. I'll write something and you just have to tell me, you just have to guess the output. And of course, we'll confirm your understanding in a minute. Okay. So how many string objects are created and sitting on the heap totally? 3 string objects represented by 3 references. Okay. So now let me just have the whole thing done in a minute. Give me a minute. You can keep solving. It is only going to return into true false. So keep your answers ready. There is a method. One of the fundamentals of one of the pillars of core Java is equals method. So that is what I'm starting today basically. And then I'm just wanting to have S1 double equal to S3, S1 equals S3, and one thing is so guessable. The method name is itself so guessable. Equals ignore case S3. Okay, so let's start with your answers at least. And then of course we are going to see what it means and all. Anyone wants to tell me the first line? You have only 2 options. Everyone knows that. True or false. Okay, I'm getting the correct answer here. False. Those who are saying false are right. Why, guys? Everyone knows the memory picture so well. What is S1 containing? Address of the first string. And the moment you say new, JVM has to obey you. So another string object will be created having the different memory address. So this is what is happening here. You are comparing 2 addresses, 2 references. So this is what is nothing but reference equality. When will this return true? If and only if both the references S1 and S2 are pointing to the same object, same copy, holding the same address. So this is your reference equality. Next one. So I have not shown you this. I know that. But I'll just tell you that. Just give me a minute. I'm going to take more time on that. Object class has given you the equals method. But object classes equals method again goes by reference equality. So you tell me from your common sense, when should I logically say 2 strings are same? If they are containing the same character sequence. So what is it we want? Do we want reference equality or do we want content equality? R or C, content equality. And that is precisely done by string class by overriding the object classes equals method. Okay, so here of course it is going to be yes, false or true. It is, tell me, content wise, character sequence wise, same or different? Same. So this is true. And how, I mean, anyone can guess that is true, but important thing is why? Because here it goes by content equality. But if I say more, if I try to say more, the equals method is first defined, originally defined in the object class, like how we have 2 string. And almost any class, I mean, I'm not saying every, but yes, almost all the classes override object classes equals method to replace reference equality by the content equality. So how we are achieving it? This is achieved via, I'll say content equality, achieved via overriding form of the equals method. But equals method is super important. So I'm not going to handle it in this manner. I'm just telling you about the string, how it works. So when will this equals method return true? If and only if two strings are containing exactly same character sequence. What do you think? Is it case sensitive equality or case insensitive? S or I, sensitive or insensitive? Of course it is case sensitive. Okay. Now the next one. I think people have got this. Can anyone tell me what this will be? I hope answer is clear. Reference equality again. So golden rule of programming. Golden and all is like important rule of programming. Anytime you are trying to check the content, you are comparing two strings, what should you use? Should you use double equal or should you use the equals method? What is it? Of course, 100% of the time, you should use double equal. I'm so sorry. You should use equals method. So sorry. Because otherwise you'll get weird results, wrong results, and you'll be debugging the code all night and still you won't find the issue. So coming back to this will be what? S1 equals S3. Yes, tell me. True or false? Of course it is false. Just now I told you. It is case sensitive. That is why in the string class, it has given, everyone knows the meaning. I have spent so much time on inheritance polymorphism. String class has given you additional method. String has a additional method. It is not present in the object class and all, and that is going to suppress the case sensitivity. And naturally, what is it? It's going to return is true. So as far as the character sequence is concerned, other than the case, it is all the same. So I hope you are clear. Well, first we'll just confirm our answers. You can see that. So this is naturally sorry. I clicked on it. False, true, false, false, true, false, true, false, false, true. And I hope you have understood the whole concept also. But we don't deal it in this manner. Okay, sorry. So the first step is everyone clear about the outputs we got? Because I can't check everyone's this. I don't even look at it most of the times. Otherwise, it will stop me from writing anything. So now compulsory homework. Open your string class. When I say homework, don't again push it back on me. Because, when I say please read, people, don't read it and then make me a request next day that please explain. I can do it. Of course, I can do it, but in a limited manner. So please follow whenever I say reading homework, do follow that. So coming back to the point, open string class, which is the ultimate superclass of all object. So what is the compulsory reading homework of today? Open object class, mention it somewhere. I'm not going to write it in the assignment. It is too schoolish. So here, look for equals method and treat it as an extremely important topic. Because in 2 days' time, we're going to start with the collection framework, first important framework in Java, where maximum core Java questions are asked. Maximum core Java questions are asked in object-oriented principles, collection framework, and threads. So we will, of course, give a lot of time for that. Coming back to the point, read this. You will see that it is for testing the equality of two objects, and they will tell you it is reflexive. So you will read, and tomorrow in 5 minutes, I'll take the revision. Okay. So it is reflexive, symmetric, transitive, etc. But the important one is here. Where is that important one? Consistency and all is fine. Okay. Important line is here. Object classes equals method returns true if and only if X and Y. What is X and Y? The invokers. X is, let us say, invoker. Y is the argument. So how will you call this method? X dot equals Y. So that is X and Y they are talking about. If and only if X and Y refer to the same object. So tell me, is this method built upon R for reference equality, C for content equality, R or C? Object classes equals method is built on reference equality or content equality. 100% reference equality. You don't have to use your brains also. They have given you simply. It goes by reference equality. So, but in real world, in actual world, Suppose you are, whatever you are working on employee, you are working on employee based assignment sometime. So when will I say in practical world, two employees are same? Will I say the two employees are same if their address of the objects are same or their employee IDs are same? Tell me, logically, functionally speaking. Of course, you will say the two employees are same in my business logic if and only if the employee IDs are same. How about the students? Okay, so student have a roll number or PRN number. Yeah, PNR is different. PRN numbers. So you have to go for unique identity, and that is nothing but called in the database jargon as primary key. You'll understand that in database. So in short, if the two students have the same roll number, same PRNs, we will say that two students are same. But suppose in my organization, in my institute, in my training center, maybe I have different different courses I'm running. Take your example. One is EDAC, one is EDBDA, one is DTS, and one is whatever. And suppose I say that my two students are same if and only if their course name and their PRN is same. We are not having that system in CDAC. I'm just telling you, just think. I say that the primary key, the unique ID, need not be a single field based. So in that case, if and only if the ID, the student roll number, and the what is it called? The course name. So in either of the cases, answer the question, please. Can we rely? Can we inherit? Can we be happily inheriting the equals method, and will the job get done? I'll repeat my question again. I think I lost you. So let me start from scratch. Let me stick to one scenario and not confuse you. In my organization, in my training center, let's keep it simple. Forget multi-field. My two students are same if and only if their roll numbers are same. Are we understanding? So in that case, yes or no something. Okay. So what is the primary key? What is the unique ID of the student object? Is the roll number. Pretty clear? Now I'll make the next statement. So if you want to do this equality, I'm just asking you a simple question. Can you use this inherited form of the equals method? It's a Boolean question. Yes or no? Answer is 100% not. Why? Because if I say student S1 equal to new student, roll number is 100 and something else. If I say student S2 equal to new student with the same roll number, and if I say S1 dot equals, I'm using the inherited version. So can you tell me what will S1 dot equals S2 return? True or false? Even if the roll numbers are same, what will it return? This is the understanding test. Of course, it will return false, because is it going by content equality or is it going by your, what is it called? Reference equality? Reference equality. So how to, solve the problem? Should I start writing the method, my own method, non-standard method? Is student equal? Is equal and all? Absolutely not. What is the better option? Stick to the standard. So take the method declaration and modify. Not string. Prachi, don't get confused. Override. I'm not talking in string. String class has done it. I'm talking about us doing it. So that is what is the small assignment I'm going to give you today. I'll set up some scenario and you will have to override the equals method inherited from which class? Waiting for the answer. Inherited from which class? Object class. For which purpose? To replace reference equality by the content equality. And again, you don't have to check the content, entire content. You just ask yourself, what is the unique ID? And that unique ID you just need to compare, and then you will have to return true or false. So definitely do that short assignment and you will get a chance to revise I'll tell you what all you will get to a chance to revise to this thing, upcasting, downcasting, instance of checking, and so many things. So please do that short assignment sometime in the lab. So now let me come back on the track. So what is the note? What have you noted? I hope you have noted somewhere as a reminder or sticky note or whatever. Here, definitely read the equals method, and I'll give you some readme equals or something. Go through that also. So now let us come back on the track. This was a distraction, but very much important distraction, very much required one. So I hope you are clear with the immutability about the string objects, and you are also clear with reference equality versus content equality. So I'll wrap it up by saying string class has already overridden object classes equals method to replace reference equality by the content equality. Does this statement make sense? Do you understand it? Everyone got the understanding? And very similar exercise I'm going to give you as only one small lab assignment. Rest all will be revised and catch up with whatever backlogs. Next one. So now let us enter the last important tricky topic, literal versus non-literals. And you'll find it interesting definitely. So let me write something. And then it is a normal string API, which is kind of common in all the technologies. Method names can vary here and there, but you still have contains, index of, substring, all the standard operations. So, but this is not standard. This is something Java specific. So, okay. Sorry. So I have defined certain strings. So here the point is, what is a literal string and which one is a non-literal string? So here the strings with quotes is called as a literal constant string, and JVM treats the constant strings or the literal strings differently than non-literal. So as you can see, this is literal, this one is literal quoted string, this one is literal. But will you call this as a literal or non-literal, L or NL? It is a non-literal string which will be dynamically memory allocated when the main thread or whenever the execution comes here. I hope you got that. So now I'm not going to bore you with equals method. You already discussed equals. So equals is the one to be used to compare any time string equality. So okay, when I say I will not bore you, I'll just write one example, rather one usage, and rest all we will do with something called as reference equality. And why I'm using reference equality here? Just to tell you the difference between literal versus non-literal. So again, give me a minute. I was saying I will not do equals, but I'll do that also. It will be just a revision, so don't worry. I won't be lazy. So half the answers you already know. Half the answers means you should be clear, you should be not making the mistake when I ask you something in equals now. What is that last thing? S1, S3, S1, S4. Okay. And here we have S1 equals S4. And here I'm saying as before. This some of it is a repeat run. I was not going to write it, but then I thought maybe better. Equals ignore case S1 and S4. Okay, so now start answering. Don't answer me everything. I'll just highlight and please answer. I'm getting out of our way equals and equals ignore case. Okay, so can anyone tell me what this is? Reference equality or content equality? Content equality. And I hope you are giving me the answer correctly. Let me see what you're answering, by the way. Of course, true. I mean, yes, it's true. I hope you're meaning that. So this will be true. Don't go to the reference equality at all. Please tell me, this is the next one I'm asking you. S1 equals S3. Tell me, true or false? True. Content equality. Here. Next one. All I'm solving is the basic stuff first. S1 equals S4. True or false? Of course, false. It is case sensitive. And here, true. So this is what I wanted to get out of our discussion, out of our way. So is there any reference equality being checked here? I'm sure the answer is content equality, and you know that everyone agrees with it. I hope I'm not messed up. S1 and S2 both same. S1 equals yes, and this is fine. So the real interesting stuff is, for understanding purpose only, use reference equality. Don't use reference equality anywhere in your code, anywhere in your uh, practical code, I'm saying. So okay, now let us start. Just let us do the guesswork, and then of course we will draw the memory picture, and everything will be clear again. So anyone wants to tell me S1 double equal to S2? Start answering. True or false? I'm getting the answer. Yeah, majority is saying false, right? And you are right. Because you know the answer. The moment you say new, JVM has to ignore, JVM has to give you this. So of course this will be false. Okay. So please understand that one of them is a literal string, other one is a non-literal string. We'll talk about it. I'm just collecting the answers. When I say S1 double equal to S3, you have this, you have this. So tell me, what is it going to be? True or false? So I'm getting mixed answers here. Majority, okay, some of you are saying false, but majority is saying true. I don't know whether with understanding or without understanding, just a lucky guess, but the correct answer is true here. And why? I'll start in a minute. S1 double equal to S4. Yes, please. I hope people are smart enough. And here the contents are okay, anyway, whatever. Answer is going to be false. Okay, so just confirm first. And you can see that whatever we have said is matching with the actual output. So now let us understand why this is happening. I'm not sure whether you are, I don't know whether you know about constant string pool and all. It's my job to explain. So JVM definitely treats the literal strings differently than non-literal. So let me ask you a simple question. Suppose I'm asking you here. Suppose I create, forget this. Another one. String S1 equal to, let's say, ABC. I don't say comma here, of course. And then you say, for example, string S2 is equal to ABC. Sorry. And string S100. S100 means S1, S2, S3, S4 till S100 equal to ABC. Which will be a memory optimized solution? Creating 100 different string objects or creating one? Tell me. Of course, creating one copy is going to be more optimized. So typically in any Java application, you deal with lot of strings. So JVM says that instead of creating multiple copies, the moment the class loading is done, JVM can apply the optimization. So here comes the word. The whole explanation is with one word, not one word, couple of words. What JVM creates is the literal string pool. Literal is also called as constant string pool. Earlier means till JDK 7, 6 or 7, it used to be the part of a method area in perm gen space. Now it is shifted to heap. So we will be drawing. So here, what happens is, when you say pooling is what? Separate resources or sharing of resources. Pool, when I say pool, you know Uber pool, you know your buses, you know your railways. These are all examples of pool. It is sharing of resources, right? So when you create a literal string, or sometimes its reference is added to the constant string pool. And when you create another literal string with the same contents, JVM will first check, is there the same string already in the pool? If yes, is it dumb enough to create another copy unnecessarily? Answer is no. So we don't handle it in this manner. We handle it in a memory picture manner. So I'll just take this and let me put this here. You can draw parallelly because after a while the picture like becomes dirty in the sense little, I mean pointers and all that. So you can do it with me. Don't write the code. You have the code. I'll be giving you the code. I just keep it in front of you here. So this is the code. Now let me say how the things work. So first block in the JVM is the class loader. I'm saying that it's a class loader who is loading the classes. So JVM's class loader comes to this part, does not solve the stack. The main thread has not yet called the main method. So don't draw any stack. What is it I'm showing you? I'm showing you the phase which happens during the class loading. So now start. You know half the story already. So I'm here. So just let me change the color. So I'm here. I as a JVM's class loader, it will check, is there a literal string or not? So I'll start answering. Is it an example of literal string or non-literal string? It is a literal string. But guys, whether it is a literal string or a non-literal string, it is the object of the string class. It is the instance of the string class. So what has to be done first? A string class has to be loaded in the method area. Show that. And when I say string class, before that object class and all of that. Oh, the color is changed. Anyway, let me not waste time. So here, object class as always has been loaded. And below that you can show the string class also loaded. Am I yet executing the main function, main method? Answer is no. Your class loader is just looking for strings, just looking for literal strings. And this is where the moment it comes across the first literal string, it will have to load the string class. Okay. Now there are various JVMs in the market and various implementations. Okay. So, but one thing is common. What is one thing that is common? The moment string class is loaded in the memory, the JVM, Java 8 onwards or Java 7 onwards, one of these, one of these versions, I think Java 8 onwards, what it does is it creates a literal string pool. So please show, this time I'll change the color definitely. So earlier in the permgen space and all, it used to be in the method area. So it is definitely not there now. So show here in the heap. This is a part of method area. This is a part of heap. Okay. So what will you label this? This is we will label it here. I'll mark this. And here, please label it as literal string pool. This is your literal string pool. Initially, what it will be, empty or non-empty? Of course, it will be empty. Literal, or also called as some author call it as constant string pool. Okay. So now what happens? There are two ways JVM. Different JVMs behave differently. So some of the JVM implementations, what they do is they create the literal string object right here. But later when I take you to hashing and hash map and all, I can give you more pictures, better pictures. So typically what JVM does is JVM still creates the string object separately on the heap and its reference is only stored in the constant string pool. If you are confused, don't feel so. We are going to draw. So I hope you are understanding. I'm just solving the right hand side. My main thread has not yet called the main method. So don't show any stack. So what you should show is only the right hand side. So I'm taking one JVM implementation as an example. So here is the class pointer and whether it is a literal or non-literal, it is a string class object. So here, what was the contents? Hello, I forgot. I'll have to change. Okay, it is hello, fine. So this is getting created elsewhere on the heap. What will this class pointer point to naturally? To the loaded string class. And most importantly, what makes it different, what makes it special is the literal string references are kept in the constant string. So I'll just shift this slightly lower because I'll draw more space. So you should show what is it consisting of in typical JVM implementation is it is a pool of references. So show here properly. I'm just calling it as, don't call it as S1. S1 is going to be memory allocated on the stack, which will come later. So let me call it as ref1 just to indicate. And what is it going to hold? Everyone knows that. I hope you know that. It is going to hold, yes, address of this object. Okay, so show it properly. So this ref1 points to this particular object. That is why I said, please draw with me so that, later it can get little confusing. So this time I'll definitely properly draw the arrows. So ref1 is holding the address to the string object created at the class loading time, JVM's class loading time itself. So I'll quickly recap. During the class loading phase, which objects will be created? Literal string objects or non-literal string objects? L or NL? Answer is only the literal string object. So before creating the first string object, it has to load the string class in the memory. No new thing, no surprises. So this is fine. Then what happens is the string class object ordinarily, like usual, gets created in a part of a heap. But along with the string class loading, what is it is going to allocate is the literal string pool, or also called as constant string pool. The contents cannot be changed. Because string is immutable, string objects can be pooled, string references can be pooled. Will there be any pooling for a string builder, string buffer? Absolutely not, because they are growable. They don't have the immutability. Okay, so that is the side note. So what happens is the object gets created, reference gets added. Okay, step one over. Now go to the next one. So let me take you to this. So tell me, my control is here. So stack is not coming to picture, so I'm not solving the LHS yet. So tell me, is it a literal string or non-literal, L or NL? Respond. It is non-literal. So non-literal strings are created dynamically when the main thread calls the main method, so it will be skipped. Now the control comes to the next point, this point I'm executing. So tell me, is this a literal string or non-literal string? Literal string. So what is your guess? What does your feel? Is JVM going to create another string object and add the reference to this pool? Of course not. So what JVM does internally, it uses something called as a hash map structure, dictionary in Python and all that. Anyway, that's the fastest constant searching performance and all. So those things I'll cover in the collection framework. So immediately your JVM checks, is there any string pool reference which already is having the same contents? So this time, what will JVM perform? Reference equality or content equality? R or C? It's a content equality, right? So the same, contents are checked. And what are the contents of this hello and this hello are the same? So tell me, should you show another string object here? Absolutely not. Should you show another reference here? Absolutely not. In short, JVM's class loader says I don't have to do anything. It's just another copy. Okay, continue. Next one. So the control comes here. You drive it. Is it a literal string or non-literal string? Tell me, L or NL? No, I'm sorry, literal string. So this time, will another object get created in the heap? Yes or no? You just have to give me the answer. Of course, yes. No, you are saying. Of course, yes. Somebody said no. Guys, look up. Wait a second. Is lowercase hello and uppercase hello considered as the same? No, it is case sensitive wise equality. So JVM will automatically, JVM means during the class loading phase, show another string object, please. CP. It's having a uppercase hello, another string object. Of course, here, show the class pointer as always. It is the instance of the same thing. And most importantly, because it is a literal string, where the reference will get added in the string pool. Okay. So here show another reference getting added here. I'll just draw it somewhere. And show it as, just call it as ref2. Don't show S3 and S4. We have yet to come to the stack. Ref2 maybe. And what will ref2 hold? The address of second literal string object. So show it correctly. Is your picture done so far? I'll wait till you confirm either way. Yes, no. So you got this. So this now just go ahead. So I think these were the only literal strings. So there were no further strings. If there are other literal strings, of course. So now solve this line which I have commented. If I say, for example, string S5 is equal to hello, lowercase hello. String S6 is equal to lowercase hello. Similarly, S10, S15 and all. Are you going to expect multiple copies and multiple references? Absolutely not. This optimization, which optimization? Pooling is optimization, sharing of resources. So one copy shared across multiple requirements, that is applicable to literal strings. So JVM's class loader doesn't do anything. So now class loading is done. Now actually main thread starts executing the main method. So now we can think in the start. So Lokesh, please mute. Yeah. So whatever we are saying is, now we are talking about the JVM's main thread. The class loading and all is done. All the activity is over. Your literal string pool is ready. Now start solving, the actual execution of main method. So now start. Now you can think about stack. So start solving the left hand side. String S1 equal to hello. So where are you going to show S1? It's a mute yourself, please. So here, where are you going to show S1? Of course, on the stack. But is it going to point to the literal object or non-literal? Of course, literal. So here, show it here. It is pointing to the literal string object, one copy. Are we completely clear so far? This finishes the assignment. String S1 equal to hello. Done. Now look at this particular second one. S2 is equal to new string S1. Anyone wants to tell me, will any new object get created on the heap? It's a Boolean question, yes or no. Of course, yes. When you hear in the middle of night new, JVM cannot apply, it is a non-literal string. JVM cannot apply any, what is it called, optimization. So show here another string object dynamically created, right? So this is your string object. Is it going to contain this class pointer pointing to the string class? Very much yes. And what are the contents? The duplicate contents cannot be helped. Okay. So show the class pointer pointing to um, the loaded string class as always. And here, answer this question. Do you expect this reference to be added to the literal string? I'll repeat the question slowly. I'm saying this address, will it get stored in the literal string pool? Yes or no? Answer is no. But there is a method called as intern. If you call intern method, then for the non-literal strings also, the reference can be added. But on one day, I'll just explain one kind of functionality. But now, I'm waiting. So this is a dynamically created object, and where we have assigned it to S2. So how will you show that? Show somewhere in the stack, S2. And what should S2 point to? S2 is going to be the referring to, what is it we are having here? Is pointing to this object, which is a non-literal string object. I hope people are getting it. And the code is here in front of you. Now, next one. Now I think I can go faster. How about S3 equal to hello? So where will you show S3? Everyone knows the answer in the stack, S3. But where it is going to point to? A new string object or earlier literal string object? Literal string object. Are you understanding? So you have got two references pointing to the same literal string object. That is why literal string equality, reference equality says true. Okay, so this is it. Now the next one, where are we saying? Sorry, I lost it. S4 equal to hello. So show now S4 again on the stack, right? And this S4, where should it point to? Should it point to the first object, second object, or the third object? Everyone knows the answer. Second literal string object. So here, this is what happens here. That's why I told you, draw with me so that full understanding you will have. Is that it? I think we are done. Okay, now start. Once you have the memory picture, you don't require anybody's help. So when I say S1 double equal to S2, reference equality, S1 is pointing to one string object, literal. S2 is pointing to some other, I mean, it is holding some other address because the objects are different. I mean, contents are same, but the references are this. So what it will return is, as already known, as already tested, false. Equals was never a doubt, so skip equals. Just come to S1 double equal to S3. Are you getting it? Now S1 and S3 are both pointing to the very same literal string object who's having the additional reference here. So what will be S1 double equal to S3? Of course, true. Both of them are having the same address, and that address is taken from the literal string pool. So naturally true. Next one. I'm just solving the reference equality, as you can realize. S1 double equal to S4. So what is S1 pointing to? One literal string. S4 is also pointing to literal, but another literal, because they are, sorry, which one where I lost it? Yeah, this one. So they are content wise different, so stored in a different memory. So that is the reason S1 double equal to S4 is false. And that is how you got the, I hope you have understood some difference between, or important difference between literal versus non-literal. So are we clear? This is a favorite topic, interview favorite popular question. How does JVM deal with literal strings versus non-literal strings? Are we 10% at least clear? If it is more, great. I'm saying basic 10% clarity. Clear? Like I said, I'll share this all and you test it out with whatever doubts and whatever questions you have. And I'm sharing, it is an old article, but very clear cut and very nice article. Some SCJP, that time we used to call it as Sun Certification Exam, long back. So I'm sharing that article also. It talks about all such things. The last question which we again typically is asked, I'll ask you that. You think about it. Just a second. If you're asking me a question, give me a minute. I'm not looking at it. First, I'm asking you something here. So the typical question is asked is regarding garbage collection. So if I say S1 equal to S2 equal to S3 equal to S4 equal to null, typical question asked is how many candidates after this, how many objects, that is strings, are marked for garbage collection. This is the question being asked. Let me see what you are saying. I hope you are giving me a correct answer. So how many string objects are getting garbage collectible, marked for garbage collection? 3 you are saying. Think about it. Don't tell me, Anshuman, anything extra that I have not asked. I just want a number. Guys, answer is 1. So check. Just do it. Don't trust anything, whatever I'm saying. S1, it is right associative. So start with S4. Okay, keep your eraser kind of a thing handy. So this is dereferenced. S3, dereferenced. Okay, what was that? S2, dereferenced, and S1 also dereferenced. Okay, so I don't know from where you derived the 4 number. At least I was expecting 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So 4 I can't relate to. So coming back to the point, you forgot that there is a literal string pool which is having the references, which is having the original references. And what is the rule? When does the object get marked for garbage collection? If and only if the number of valid references reduced to 0. So I hope you understand the part or the point. Let me, mark it. So which is the only object which will get marked for garbage collection? See guys, this literal strings already have their copy of references here. So only the object which was created dynamically, and I had not made any copy. So this will be the only one which will be marked for garbage collection. Means what? This is the meaning. I mean, I'm telling you. So I don't have the space here. So I'll continue writing. Imagine I write a code here after this. Just check this. So you just continue with this because I don't want to shift it down now. So after that, if I write string S5 equal to hello, Just go with me, go with the flow, please. So here, and if I say string S6 is equal to uppercase hello. Are you understanding the execution flow? We executed everything. We nullified all the string references, and then the code goes to, then I'm writing. I did not have space, so I'm just writing it off track. I mean off place, offset here. So in this case, answer the question, please. When JVM sees S5 equal to hello, at this point, is it going to create a new string object? Okay, forget the question. Tell me, where will S5 point to? Where will S5 refer to? It is going to get the copy of ref1. Okay, show it properly if you are not still convinced. So here, if I say S5, the contents will be the object. These objects are not marked for garbage collection at all. So here, of course, S5 is going to contain the copy of ref1. Means what? S5 starts pointing to the earlier literal string object. And what is it I said? S6, I guess. So that there is no confusion. I just changed the color, so I'm not changing it back again. And where will S6 point to? First object, second object, or third object? There's no third object. It is already marked for garbage collection. So it will definitely refer to the same literal string object. Are you understanding me? So this is the point I wanted to make. So how many objects are marked for garbage collection? The answer here is only one. And which one? I have already circled it. The one which was dynamically memory allocated using new keyword. Because we never made a copy. And for literal string object, there is an implicit copy already done by the container. Container means JVM. Okay. So this is what is the benefit of your literal string pool, which will use one single copy. So your memory is not wasted. If you create a literal strings, only one copy will be kept in the literal string pool and not multiple. So yeah, exactly. I was waiting for that question. So here I was not yet through with the answer. So naturally people ask me, when will literal string pool be marked for garbage collection? Answer is when the string class gets unloaded from the method area. And when does a string class get unloaded from the method area? When does a method area is all released? When the JVM terminates, when the Java application terminates. So I'll repeat my answer again. When does a literal string pool is marked for garbage collection? Only when the string class is unloaded from the method area, which is when the JVM terminates. So this is all about, I've not yet shown you the intern method, but on one day, this is sufficient. So this is your answer of, yeah, Anshuman, after saying so many things, you're still asking me question. Pooling is done implicitly only for string literals, but there is an additional interesting method in the string class called as intern. So look up for that method intern, and you will see that even non-literal strings, their references can be added to the string pool. But that is little level 2. So today you'll be happy with level 1 and understand what is that JVM going to do implicitly for literal string. But if anyone asks you, of course, I'll take it tomorrow. So because you would have slept over all this today. So there is a way for interning. Interning means what? For adding these non-literal strings also within the pool. But that is on a level 2. So forget about that. So this is your clarity, or this is your memory picture for, this is how JVM differentiates between literal versus non-literal. So I'll be naturally sharing the code, sharing the memory diagram. You have a look at it, and hopefully you will settle down today. And tomorrow I can ask you regarding string classes intern method. How same literal string references are handled. Just now I said Pratik. So I don't want to do the back-to-back revision. Here's the memory picture I'm going to share. So my request to you, Pratik, is go through this memory picture. Literal strings have a copy, the references added. So anytime you are creating a new literal string object, next literal string object, JVM first checks in the literal string pool, is there any reference referring to the same contents? If the answer is yes, another copy is not made unnecessarily. So I just recently said all this thing in last 20 or 30 whatever minutes. So you sit with this, and tomorrow morning when we revise things, I'll take this revision again, not immediately. So now let us go ahead and look at some other string class APIs, string class methods. So I'm giving you the list of important methods. Okay. So here, all the methods I'm not saying you have to go through today because there's a lot of it. But anytime we require, we can definitely go through this. But I'm just taking some of them to give you the feel. So if you can open the string class. And in the string class, you can just look at some of them. I'm not going to talk about all the methods. I mean, it is impossible and not required also. So I'll just discuss couple of them, important ones, and we'll move on to string builder. So look at the first one. You know this method already from JavaScript. So caret. So it is a, okay, you look at, sorry. It's so, what do you say, self-explanatory. So when you do this, what it does is returns the character value at a specific index. And what is the range of indices? 0 to length -1. The good observers, everyone should be good observer. Is length a data member or a method member? D or M? For string class, it is a method. So you can see it is a parenthesis. So here you can find out the string characters anytime you want to look at it. So you look at the method and use it, and that easy it becomes. So I'm just adding a last one here. Test 3, test 4 we have reached. And whatever API, whichever will be most required and all, I'll discuss. And any other day, maybe we require a lot of methods and strings, you know. So whenever we require, I'll discuss that. So simple ones, I can do it right away. And whether it is a literal string or a non-literal string, it is a string class instance. So all the methods, everything, I mean, it is the same. Something. And here, it's easy to, you know, the moment you apply it, you understand it immediately. Caret 0. And here, if I say caret s1 dot length -1, quickly answer. Because, you know, instead of talking about it 10 minutes, it is easy to solve. What will be the output? What is the character at the 0th position? S. What is the last character? Exclamation mark. That's it. Somebody please unmute. Please mute. It is disturbing. So here, this is your first character and the last character. Shantanu, you have to mute yourself, please. Okay, next one. Now what will happen? Compile time error, runtime error, or the output? Yes. What is it? What is the output? Is a runtime error or is it going to be the output quickly? Of course, runtime error. When you say indices run from what? 0 to length -1. So you will get an exception. You just talked about exception handling. So which is the name of the exception? You are used to array index out of bounds. Here it is string index out of bounds, and it is telling you exactly the range is wrong. Okay. So pretty simple, straightforward API. So I just wanted to point out. Now you are going to require lot of string searching methods. You know, searching for a substring, searching for a character and all that in your applications. So there is an easy method contains. Okay, so have a look at it. Pretty easy to use. So what it is going to return, it is going to search if the string contains this specified character sequence. And if it is found, it will return true, otherwise false. Everyone got it? But you have a problem, slight problem. It is not accepting, it's accepting something called as a char sequence. So please click on char sequence and tell me, what is a char sequence? It is an interface or is it a class? Tell me. I or C, it is an interface. Can interfaces be instantiated? Absolutely not, never. But if you have thought about yesterday's assignment, or if you have heard me yesterday, can we have interface reference pointing to any implementation class instance? Answer is yes. So after today, I will quote, can I say stack ref equal to new fixed stack? Everyone knows what I'm talking about, your yesterday's assignment. Of course, yes. Can I say stack ref, the same reference, equal to new growable stack? Of course, yes. Upcasting is a relationship. It is all what you know versus plus today's thing. So can you check? This char sequence is implemented by, forget these two, our string handling classes. So wherever they require char sequence, what all I can supply a string or I can supply the mutable strings also. Understanding or last? This is the application of your interfaces. So wherever there is a char sequence reference, will I be able to pass any string object or string buffer or string builder? 100% yes. Will I require any typecasting? Do I need any this thing? What is it called? Typecasting? Absolutely not. You are going climbing up the hierarchy. In short, what will be the usage? Usage is so easy. So here, only the interesting part was that char sequence. So I generally take this. So here I'm saying S1 dot, it's a non-static method. So of course I have to use the object reference. Code point is for UTF code point. So what was it? Contains. So contains. So if answer is very easy. What is the answer going to be? True or false? Easy. Of course, true. That's not the point. What is it I have passed here is a string. So can I say string is a char sequence? Yes. String class has implemented the char sequence. So this is how it works out. It gives you so much flexibility. The moment you say char sequence, I can pass any string builder as well as string buffer. This is definitely true. So interesting things only I'm taking, to make you more aware. But this is one searching. Sometimes what you require, index of from JavaScript. So you need to find out that particular string, a substring or a particular character is at which position. So open API docs again and you will see the methods for searching. So I'm talking about two methods at a glance. One is index of, one is last index of. So search for Control F, index of. So a question. Can you all see there are 4 index of methods? So what are they? Overloaded or overriding? What kind of methods are they? Loaded or riding? L or R? Of course, overloaded. Can you see the changing signature? You cannot have overridden and overriding in the same class anyway, right? So now start solving. So this will return, index of always returns the first occurrence. If you want the last occurrence, there's a method last index of, right? So this will return the first occurrence of the specific character. So some of you might be lost saying, then why they have not given char ch? Because you can either give character to integer is automatic. So you can either replace this by a quoted character, single quoted character, or you can give the Unicode value. Both will work. Okay. So what this will return? This will return you index of first occurrence of the character. What if character is not found? What will happen if the character is not found? It doesn't throw any exception, returns -1. Okay. So here just a second, it has got stuck. Wait a second. Yeah. So if you click on it, it tells you. So here it will just send the Unicode point I mean character, it will return you -1 if the character doesn't occur. But the point is, this will start searching from which position? 0th position of the string. If you want to start searching at the 10th character, whatever, you have a overloaded method from this index. And then accordingly, it will give you whether there is a, it will give you the index. Indices always start from 0 onwards, but the search will begin from this index. Next one. This is yet overloaded. So earlier, what were you searching for? A character. Here, what is being searched for? A substring. So a string within a string, substring. And here, it will start from the searching from the beginning, and this will start searching from the specified index. So instead of talking about it and, boring you, use it. I'm just saying. I just want to, I'm just, I want a double occurrence to show you something. So strings are easy strings. That doesn't make any sense. I just want to know. So system.out.println, I'll say s1 dot index of, and I'm using naturally. Okay. So anyone wants to tell me what will be the output? Easy one. Answer that. What does the index of do? Returns the occurrence of the first match. So what is the simple answer here? I'm not even asking you to count. It doesn't require counting. I'm sure you know that. So it is again star. 0 is the correct answer. Of course, 0. And if you do the other one, now here you have a counting little bit. You don't count. I'm just trying to tell you. S1 dot, what was that? Index of, and I'm using the overloaded version. So start looking at it from, let's say, index of this thing. The index, let's say 10, and the string to search is, oh, I messed up. String dot index of, what is it I messed up? From the character and this.
Ma'am, you passed the arguments wrong. First will be string.
The order is wrong. Okay. So here, let's say 10 I have got. Yeah, 10 is sufficient. So now tell me, what will be the first answer everyone knows? Don't count. Don't keep counting if you want. If you're fond of counting, it's fine. But is it going to look for the first string or the second match? Of course, the second match. And whatever the index, you can keep counting, and that will be the answer. I am not counting. So I just wanted to show you that the first match was at 0. Now it starts searching from the specified index and matches. That much only. If any time you want to look for the last occurrence from this, the opposite method is last index of. So SOP S1 dot. I'm just giving you some things which are, generally required. So I can say last index of, and what was it? Strings. Anything I can say. Okay. So now what was the answer here? Okay, are you going to see 0 or 17 as the answer of this, as the output of this? Of course, 17. The last occurrence, wherever it occurs, you can always say that, okay, start searching from this, and it will start searching in a reverse manner. So I hope things are matching and understandable. So contains, index of, last index of are the searching methods. Why I'm spending so much time? Okay, looking at time, I'll wrap up in the next minute. Okay, last one method and we'll wrap up. All these methods you are going to require for basic string operations, but that's okay. But later when I take you in 2 days time, collection framework, you're going to see all these methods once again, but with the growable dynamic data structures. So at that time, when I say index of, at least I want people to be clear that some searching operation or contains means something again searching. So for that, I'm spending so much time. So last method, and we stop immediately. Important one. So now start looking at it. The string class has already implemented char sequence, done, said already. But there is a one more very, very important interface in Java. The entire natural ordering is based on it. So heart of natural ordering is one single interface comparable. But can you see something? It is having this angular syntax, angular is wrong word, angular brackets I meant. So this is nothing but generics in Java. So either tomorrow or day after, I'll be talking about generics in Java. If you are coming to me from C++, C++ has the, what type of a syntax we call it in C++? Templates. Okay, there is a difference between templates and generics, but all that later. So coming back to the point, here string class has implemented comparable interface of which data type? What is it is going to compare? Is it going to compare two fruits, two students, two employees, or two strings? Answer is two strings. Okay, so this is that method, and there's only one method which your comparable interface has. I don't know whether you remember my statements, but there are 5 methods in core Java which are super important. ToString equals hash code and compare to. So today just look at it and get me. So read this much. You can read this much. So this is a compare to method. You will see it. Will keep on coming to it anytime you want to do the sorting in Java. Just read that.
कंपेयर टू बताया comparable.
Guys, you are audible. So like please mute. So here compare to is the method, and this compare to method you can see compares to string lexicographically. So what is lexicographical? Nothing but a dictionary order. So they have given you the complete definition. So it will go comparing. It has given you the formula. So it will start comparing the Unicode values character by character and do the result. So again, too much of disturbance. I know I'm extending time, but don't disturb. Just 1 last minute I'm having. So, oh sorry, I got disturbed by the noise. I never showed you what it will return. So forget the return. If I want to compare two strings, one is S1, one is S2. How will I use it? Tell me the usage, please. What will be the usage? You can say S1 dot compare to S2. So which is the invoker object? S1. S2 is the argument. Now I can say, what is it going to return? Read this. It is going to return you three different varieties. If the contents are same, I'm saying contents, not the references, then it will return you 0. If S1 is containing lexicographically less, means Unicode value is less, S1 is less than S2, returns minus a negative number, otherwise a plus number. So looking at time and looking at your noises and all that, let me just ask you a question. It's a pretty easy one. I hope you will find it easy. So suppose I'm taking some names. Okay. So tell me. All you have to tell me, I'm not expecting a real number. I just wanted positive number, negative number, or what is it called? Positive number, negative number, or 0. Anyone wants to answer? Let's see whether you are getting am I getting the answer at all? So anyway, let me not waste time looking at all the answers. I will tell you. So what it does, character to character, same. So then it goes ahead and you can see. So here, third letter is I, third character. One is S, which comes before. I comes before, I mean, I has a Unicode value less than S. So what will you have? Now I'll look at your answers. Positive number, negative number, or 0. Of course, it will be negative number. Lexicographical is this. Unicode value wise, character code wise. So, and what is the real thing, it will just compute the difference between the Unicode values and that will be the number. So nobody asks you, nobody expects you to remember the values, just a negative, positive, or 0 will do. So this is where I'm stopping for today. As you can see, the difference between the two must be 10. So the Unicode values wise, I'm saying that is what is the result. And if I say something like, you know, yes, please. Now what? I hope you know the, what is it called? The uppercase letters, they have the lesser values. So as you can see, what is it comparing? It is comparing between lowercase a and uppercase a. It comes later. So then it will give you the positive number. And if you give something which is same, identical, then of course it will give you 0. So I don't want to stretch it. I have already stretched it. So this is all. So tomorrow, ASCII code don't say Pallab because we are not restricted to ASCII in Java. It is complete UTF-16. So that is why I'm saying Unicode values. So today, like I said, you will not have a very long assignment. So revise all the things, complete all the pending work. I'm sure there could be some pile up, some backlog. So clear that. And then I plan to give you a very small assignment on equals. But that we will discuss in the lab. That will be all. See you in the labs. Yes, you can do that, Surya, later. I'm already late here. We are already late here. So please meet me in the lab, and you can WhatsApp the code, or you can discuss it directly in the lab, whatever you want. So see you after lunch break.